happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a good one. That's a banger, and that's a banger indeed.
He hasn't got in to finish him off just yet. Runs round the corner.
Oh!
The damage.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League. Wait, I'm a little bit too far away. There we go. My name is DK. With me is Proxy. And of course, we are now starting off our second week of league play. And I mean, looking back at what we saw coming in from that first week as Proxy, things were absolutely popping off the charts. But of course, speaking about popping off the charts, we got to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. I just love these segues. So easy to do. But of course, you know, we are going to be getting into our first week there, or second week rather, as I've mentioned. And we're going to be changing things up a little bit, right? So for today, we're going to be going into a little bit more of that Sanhok action as we are bringing that map in for the second week. So I'm quite excited to see what the team's going to be doing in the next 2 days.
Absolutely. So, I mean, some of the teams really were thriving on those Miramar games. I mean, we saw, you know, the likes of Group C with G3 Temper. We saw the likes of Cryptics with Group A coming through. They were having a good time. You know, they were really enjoying Miramar. But now we're jumping back onto Sanhok, which some of the other teams, especially over the Super Weekend, which was technically the first time we saw Sanhok coming through, that's really where they were shining. So it's going to be interesting to see how those eliminations are going to be, you know, spread out and how the rest of those games are going to be going, because close quarter combats, DK. Close quarter combats.
Yeah, gotta love it. Got to love it. And of course, you know, with the usual over on towards league play, we are going to be only having 4 of our 5 groups participating on the match at a time. So as we can see, of course, Group A is going to be sitting out the next one, then Group B, Group C, Group D, and then finally the players coming in there from Group E. So a lot of pressure is going to be on these teams as they move into the second week, because this is going to be their second opportunity to get back onto that super weekend. But there's 4 teams that I'm going to be watching particularly coming in through this week. But before we get into that, let's quickly hop over into that mat just to remind everyone watching at home what we are going to be going through. So, of course, for league play, we've got the 20 teams, 5 groups of those. Only 4 groups, as I've mentioned, are going to be participating per match. We'll have 5 matches in total, each of them playing 4. And then, of course, it is happening over 2 days. So it is going to be today as well as then tomorrow, after which we make our way over on towards the super weekend. And then eventually,
yeah,
we get up into the finals. But of course, as we know, super weekends are quite important for these teams, especially if they're looking to make it up in towards the finals, because the points that they are able to acquire in the super weekend, those are the points that determine who will be making it through into that final. So absolutely a position that you want to get into. And one of the ways you can get there is through using the amazing point system. But of course, this is the point system we've been having for the last while, and it starts over on the 15 points, just trickling its way to 0 points, coming in for that 13th to 16th position. And of course, then the ever essential, ever important 1 point per elimination.
And we saw those 1 point per eliminations coming through on the Super Weekend. Definitely was the strategy that the teams were mainly focusing on. But of course, they had to focus on a little bit more than that. You know, DK, we saw quite a few of those wonderful winner chicken dinners being handed out that had that extra $500 spice right on top, which is exactly why they want to bring their best foot forward, at least their most consistent foot forward in the league week, to make sure they get enough points to come back for the second week of Super Weekend.
Yeah, that's going to be super challenging, particularly for the teams moving in, because I'd like to believe that if we look at the entirety of that first week, that kind of sets the bar of what we could see the teams now looking to build upon moving into the second and then, of course, that third week. But the first week of league play was quite an interesting one to witness. And then from that transitioning over in towards the Super Weekend, as we saw, the teams really just coming out of nowhere with some beautiful back-to-back chickens also making their debut. But this time around, as we move on through, firstly, I want to see whether or not we're going to have a similar kind of leaderboard sitting with these teams. But especially, I'm going to be waiting for the players there from INTRUDER Africa, Virtual Gaming, SWAT 69, as well as Mad Knight to step it up this time around, because they now have to get into Super Weekend, right? They have no other choice. That, of course, is if they are aiming to make it all the way through in towards those finals. Ideally, I'd like to believe that that is their goal, but I can't speak for them. We can just hope and trust that that is, you know, what the kind of approach is coming into this league play. But, you know, the teams are going to have to step it up. I mean, we saw the players there from Cryptics finishing on 171 points in that first week. Nearly 70 points, 66 points, if you want to be exact, ahead of G3, was right behind them over in second place. And from what we saw in the Super Weekend, I mean, the teams were making it quite difficult for Cryptics to get another runaway performance like they had in that first week of league play.
Yeah, there was definitely a little bit of competition, if we can be so bold to say, which, of course, as we currently have it on the overall standings, it is not Cryptics that's leading the pack, but it's Team Myth sitting on top there with 198 points, only 2 away from that 200-pointer in the first Super Weekend. So, I mean, that's the bar that's been set. Cryptics is not far behind with 183, and I mean, most of the first, I think in the entirety of our first page is on those triple digits, and that's only after one Super Weekend. And the points are not going to be reset anytime soon. They only accumulate from this previous point onwards. So if you don't get yourself into Super Weekend, if you don't try and stay consistent, try and pick up enough points to make sure you find yourself in that top 16 by the time finals rolls around, I'm sorry, you're going to have to sit back and watch as the rest of the other teams get, maybe a few more dollar bills. But for the rest of the teams, again, it comes down to consistency. Like you said, those 4 teams that didn't make it into the first Super Weekend, they're sitting on smack zero, as you can imagine. So they want to make sure they come through at least in the second weekend, because if you delay that further and further and further, it's just more pressure that keeps adding on.
Yeah, well, one good thing at least is coming into league play, the points have been reset to 0, so the teams have yet another opportunity to rake in those points. And this is where we get to see what the teams are going to be bringing on through. You know, and I think after around about the first 3 games, maybe the first 4 or even all 5 of them, we'll be in a position where we'll have a much better idea of what we could be expecting to see coming in for the next day, as the teams could potentially be changing it up entirely, but that will also have to be determined, as you know, the teams will have that opportunity to step up, show us exactly what kind of mentality they are coming into this week. And there's going to be quite a bit on the table, because I mean, as we know, it's only going to be those 16 slots. That's it, right? So it's going to be quite a bit of a fight to lock those slots in once again.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. And no one's position is guaranteed. You know, you could have been absolutely dominating in the first week. It doesn't mean that you're going to come through necessarily in the second week, because that level of competition is continuously going to be rising, right? We've got 4 teams that have to sit out every single weekend. That is just a fact. So unfortunately, if you find yourself being one of those 4 teams, you still have an opportunity, like we saw with this previous weekend, to go back with the VODs, you know, sort of reset yourself, get yourself some strategies coming into this week, rework something that might have been maybe not quite, meshing the first week, come back stronger, and hopefully do a little bit better. But continuous improvement. That's basically the theme that we're looking at.
Yeah, and I mean, the pressure's going to be up, because we've seen in previous PMPLs, right? Teams that performed absolutely exceptional in the first Super Weekend, I mean, by that finishing at the top of the leaderboard after the first Super Weekend, not returning to the second Super Weekend. So there's quite that can happen on the battlefield here. You know, anyone has the opportunity now to lock in those points to ensure that they finish in the top 16. So I'm expecting quite a few tough performances to come in. I mean, if we look back to last week's first match, right? That was the match in which Lusail stepped up and just blew us away with absolutely fantastic start to the whole event, right? 15 eliminations alongside that winner chicken dinner, looking just so good for them. And Lusail took third place overall after the league play, right? Then move over in it towards the Super Weekend. Again, some pretty strong consistency coming in from that team. They finished currently up in fifth place. So there is that possibility for teams to continue with strong momentum being built up from the very get-go. But if we look at another team, for instance, the players there from the side of Team Myths, right, or even Team Unique, in league play, they made it all the way up in towards that 9th place and 12th place. But coming over in towards Super Weekend, we saw Myth finishing right up at the top with 2 back-to-back chickens on that last day, I believe it was. And then, of course, the players coming in there from the side of Team Unique, also moving all the way up in towards 4th place. So there's endless possibilities here, right? Teams can really shake it up. And that's what makes me so excited about the second week, because this is now going to be that opportunity for teams that didn't perform as they would have liked in that first week to change the entire dynamic, to come in. As we've said, they've had the opportunity to do the VOD reviews, to come up with a good strategy, to try and counteract any of the opposing teams. So I want to see that played out now. I want to see the teams come into the battlefield and bring it. And especially now with this week being Sanhok heavy, this opens up a whole different can of worms.
You can say that again. I mean, I think I'm also just so excited to see so much Sanhok really making a play, because we saw so many of the teams. I mean, on Super Weekend, let's take that as an example, because that was the first time we saw these teams actually playing on Sanhok, you know, minus the 4 teams we weren't able to see, unfortunately. From the get-go, from the first Sanhok match, we already saw a more even distribution of eliminations, as one would expect with Sanhok, because your sizing, the space you have to work with is literally halved, maybe even more so if you take into consideration all the water that's thrown on Sanhok. So all of a sudden, there's so little space. Teams are so easily able to get involved with third parties, fourth parties, fifth parties. Hell, it's an absolute party, whichever way you look at it. And because of that, eliminations are stolen. You know, there's a couple of teams that unfortunately think they're going to get a team wipe, and then all of a sudden someone else rolls up and takes their elimination points away from them. So we see that more distributed, you know, sort of spread amongst eliminations. Not as top heavy necessarily in terms of that, but eliminations and points still come in. Heal strats. We saw some great heal strats there towards the end. But I think it's just an opportunity for teams to really come back into this one, sort of reset themselves. You know, maybe they didn't have the best performance in the first week. They can come back. I mean, perfect example of a team, Next Level. You know, they were at the bottom of that overall standings there with Super Weekend all the way. And then one of their last games, win at Chicken Dinner, out of nowhere. You know, we weren't expecting it, but they made it happen. We were waiting for it, and they made it happen literally in the last game of Super Weekend. So there's still an opportunity for teams to not only climb the rankings, but jump through them and find themselves a beautiful buffer. But that's going to keep happening all the way until the last possible game.
Yeah. See, I expect this league play to unfold kind of in two different ways, right? The teams that are still to make their way into a Super Weekend, I'm definitely expecting them to really bring it during today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
But also the teams sitting at the lower end of the Super Weekend leaderboard currently, right, are going to be looking to come back in the next week and change that current point situation, right? So we could have several teams actually vying to try and make it through into that Super Weekend to bring a big change into their overall standings. But one of the teams that I'm quite excited to see actually what they're going to be bringing is going to be a team like Masters Esports, for instance, right? Because we know once those utilities are in the hand of Bamboo and Sin, it is so dangerous, right? There's some really unpredictable plays that could come from that. But I'm also quite curious to see what the players from Team Unique are going to be bringing in. I mean, they showed great potential in the first week of league play, even more so coming into the first Super Weekend.
Yeah.
So I want to see how these teams evolve and develop kind of the strategies they had used over in league play as well as the very first Super Weekend.
I do too. I mean, Team Unique, also a prime example there. Towards the later days of Super Weekend, we really saw them taking a lot more proactive decisions, right? They were very proactive in engaging fights and starting engagements, not necessarily reacting to them, but making the plays to make sure that they start the engagement. Hopefully, only the ones that they win. That's the hope coming through. But also there's a few other teams that, take their time to sort of get that information, see who they're sort of playing against, and then execute that. Cryptics is one of the teams that also did that. They were very quiet for the first couple of games in league play, and then I think game 3, game 4, they started their engines and they just never stopped all the way till the end. But because of that, they had a very comfortable league play, whereas some of the other teams that were closer towards, that I'd say about that from 11 down, they were constantly switching it up. I mean, we had Zero Tolerance jumping all the way from 20th to 10th in one game. And as I said, that's going to keep happening until the last game, unless you find yourself some exponential points and you make sure that there's no jumps available for you. But that only really happens towards our top 8 almost. The rest of the teams, they still chop and change all the way till the last day. So that continuous pressure means that teams need to put their best foot forward, at least their most consistent foot forward, so that they can pick up points steadily and grow their margins so that, no other teams can catch them or potentially kick them out of Super Weekend.
Yeah, it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge, but we also have to now quickly give another shout out going out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Esports, Middle East and Africa Esports rather in 2022. Now, as we're getting ready to move into the first match, right? All the speculation, that's kind of where we're going to leave it, because we cannot speculate anymore. We can say what we could potentially think might come through on this match, but I do think once the teams actually set foot on solid ground, ending that flight path, I think that is where we're going to be seeing everything come through. And of course, well, to start off the day, we have a rather comfortable flight path coming in as well. As we can see, Severny down below, so a very centered up north kind of start. And it is making its way all the way down towards that Sosnovka military island. There we go. Beautiful flight path coming in. So the team's off to a relatively comfortable start, at least with regards to the flight path. Now, we got to wait and see where everyone's going to be dropping, and of course then see what that first initial zone is going to be bringing along with it.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a fight there for the West and East along the Super Weekend, especially towards the last couple of days. So it was a few fun times. We saw also quite a few southern zones, just teasing us with those bridges there, and we had a little bit of contention there, but not too much. But again, in the first league, we had quite a more calculated approach from these teams. They're still putting the feet in the water, sort of feeling out the competition, seeing what they can and cannot get away with. But league play, as we know, very different to, Super Weekend. The teams don't necessarily want to throw all of their cards out of their basket, but now some of those cards have been shown over the weekend with the Super Weekend VODs out for anyone and everyone to review, especially the teams, as you said, that was sitting over the weekend. They had ample opportunity to do a little bit of research, do a little bit of checking into their competition. And look at that zone, DK. Look at that zone.
Ooh. But yeah, I want to build on what you were saying, right? It's because I see the first week of league play as kind of that litmus test. Right? Yeah. They're just trying to feel it out, see what's gonna come through and all that.
Absolutely.
And I mean, I'm not too bothered by potential strategies being exposed through the first Super Weekend, because now there's also been a day of rest, right? So for all we know, they are coming in with entirely different strategies onto the second week of league play. So we have to wait and see what exactly it is that the teams are going to be doing. But at least for the time being, all we can do is just speculate. But one thing that I am going to be speculating about is the players there from the Super Young Stars and the side there from Mad Knight finding themselves over in towards a little bit of that fairy peer action, but a good disengage rather coming in. But it does seem like the players there from Super Young Stars are deciding to go with a rather wide 2-2 split, with Chala now just rotating up closer towards the teammate there. The rest of the squad heading a little bit further down towards that more southern side over in Primorsk, where we know they like to loot up and get themselves ready and sorted in. But I'm expecting G3 not really to rotate much, because they are smack dab center zone. They know that position very, very well. And now it's going to come down to the rest of the teams as to what approach they're going to be looking to take coming into this very first match.
Yeah, we still see some of the, the favorites, favorite drop sites that we saw over the Super Weekend. Of course, Team Unique finding themselves in Severny, and Cryptics and Lusail still joined by the hip there over towards Georgia Pools, south and north, respectively. But a couple of changes coming through. We still have got 1 million G3 Temper also, with their buddies. 1 million Esports there towards Farm and Milter, and Intruder actually finding themselves in the place of what we would have expected over the Super Weekend would be Masters, with next level towards that military island. So a couple of changes, a couple of things still staying the same, but relatively okay spread. Nothing too crazy. We did see this engagement there from Super Young Stars, as we mentioned. It was looking a little hairy because they were also getting very, very close to SWAT 69, but they're fine. They're completely fine. They've disengaged and they're actually regrouping there over towards Promosk. So nothing too crazy. We still got 16 teams, 64 players, all alive and well, all vying for as many points as they possibly can to get themselves a great start into the second week of PMPL Africa, which I want. I do want to see a change-up coming. I do want to see those crazy, change-ups of teams that we thought were definitely going to be in the Super Weekend. Turns out they're not, like absolutely crazy things coming through. And especially, those 4 teams that we did not have an opportunity to witness this weekend. I really want to see what they've got up their sleeve.
Yeah. I do think a few teams also decided to roll up their sleeves.
Oh yeah.
So it's gonna be hard. I can tell you that. Don't be fooled by the silence currently on this first map. It is just gonna go
a ploy.
Yeah, there's that countdown we see, or the count up rather, we see at the top. Don't be fooled by that. The teams are going to dial it in pretty soon. So for the first match, the players there from Masters Esports, Slime 4KT, Virtual Gaming, as well as the team YONKOUS are not here. So everyone else is here. So if you're looking for the names on screen, that's the reason you're not seeing them, because Group E is sitting out on this very first match. So this is where we look to see what these rotations now are going to be bringing in. I mean, Mad Knight coming in from Group A. We've got the players in the Group D being Intruder as well as SWAT 69. This is going to be their moment to shine, or their day to shine rather, to step up and remind the rest of the lobby why they are a team to move through into that first Super Weekend. So it's going to be exciting.
Oh, absolutely. And I think what's also beautiful about this is, like, League Week, as we know, very different, because we also have a very different map selection. We have groups, coming in and out, as you just explained. Group E is not playing for this one, but they might be playing for the next one. So now all of a sudden, your competition is just slightly changing. Slightly, just shifting left and right, which makes also for a little bit of chaos in League Week, because it's not standard. You're not playing against the same 16 teams the entire weekend like a Super Weekend situation. So you can't, necessarily always adapt, because it might not be the same coming through into the next map. So a lot of questions that are unanswered, and that just provides a very interesting set of matches. So of course, first Erangel of the day. We do know if you do not have your Erangel up to scratch, you're going to have a tough time here, DK, trying to get points, because Erangel is the only constant, I would basically say, that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, the only constant there is what the map rotation is going to be. That's it. It's unpredictable with regards to flight path, unpredictable with regards to where the zone's going to go. All of that is entirely unpredictable. What is a little bit more predictable is that blue zone is closing in. That happens without fail. Come
so.
Whichever will or whatever may, that blue zone will find its way to close up and make it's so challenging for these teams. And already we do see a lot of rotations heading in. Again, nothing too crazy just yet. Darkness, of course, now trying to defend the position up here in towards Malta, where they've moved into. But we know 1 million, this is where they drop. That is their spot. So they are going to try and off the players there from Darkness. And also we see the players from G3 moving right on towards that center bridge, that eastern bridge, and Intruder trying to find a way, trying to find a path to potentially get across, depending of course on what that zone is going to be doing. For the time being, at least, they're not really going to have to commit to pushing on towards the main island or staying on towards that southern island. They can wait it out for the time being. First, we have to wait to see where this next phase will be taking us. And the same, of course, here for the players from Darkness, right? A center position could be favorable, but it's not going to be essential. It's still early phases. You don't have to super commit to any of those locations just yet. Rather do what they're doing now, rather go out, grab a few vehicles, look to see what's open, depending on where that zone could, of course, move up to next.
Yeah. No, I like the disengagement coming through from Darkness, especially considering, 1 billion, as we said, this is where they dropped. This is their hometown. They've already set up, and with G3 Temper, the only other team that was applying pressure to them from farm, now disengaging, going towards that bridge side, they were very happy to put some pressure back onto Darkness. So just disengage, still plenty of space left. I mean, Milta Power is still completely untouched, the same with Lipovka, but it depends on where that zone is going to go, and they're fairly center. So they've already allowed themselves some beautiful rotational positions and opportunities, which is why we love, sort of those center positions. It just makes it easier. It makes sense, right? You're in the center of a circle. Let's limit the amount of time you have to spend traveling and potentially getting yourself caught out into a couple of crosshairs. But, I was talking about Milta Power, right?
Yeah.
Can someone go take that now?
But, I mean, you were also talking about center zone. We see the players there from SWAT 69 also just positioned south of farm on that beach line, on that coastline, beach line, just down south on the coast. And this is an interesting position because we see a big chunk of the zone being water, so there's already quite a bit of a limitation with regards to the playable area and the options these teams now have to move into. But as you said, Malta Power, for the time being, it is going to be open. We do see the players there from the side of Blackjack now utilizing what the zone has kind of thrown their way, and we see that rotation pushing further and further down. But up north, we've got the players there from Zero Tolerance now also starting to venture up in towards Mansion, which is, for the time being at least, going to be one of those contested positions with Unique right there alongside them. But G3 and Intruder are going to be holding the fort onto the bridge, with Next Level now slowly starting to encroach on this position.
I was just about to say we might see a little bit of a sandwich happening here on the bridge, which would be definitely interesting. I mean, the little bit of bridge contention that we saw was thanks to G3 Temper. They were the only team to really take a hold of this bridge, and it was a little bit more mainland side, so that's where we really saw some of the engagements. But now we might be seeing Intruder forced into something or other. I don't know if there's some boats available for those boatations, as you like to say, but definitely some options still available for them. That zone, not too crazy. Yes, a lot of the water does mean that we're limiting the space that teams can work with, but I mean, for the likes of SWAT 69, they got some space, and they're looking to take a little bit of that away from 1 million.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take what space you have available, and it does seem like the players here from 1 billion are trying to spread themselves out as much as they can, looking to just assert a little bit of dominance in a little bit, in a more wider spread region. But looking at the sheer number of teams that could potentially be moving into this position, I don't want to regroup. I just want to get a little bit more condensed, because
numbers, please.
if they come under fire, that's kind of it. You can write that player off right there. It's going to be very, very challenging to rush forward into an opposing team to try and pull that res off, where it is a little bit safer if the players are a little bit more condensed, like we can see the players there from 1 million now starting to do. We got Blacklast, we got Knight, and then of course we got Dexter also just setting up that front line with Eflex, making sure that that eastern end is at least covered for the time being.
Yeah, especially if they need to take a rotation out of there because of a disengagement coming through from SWAT 69 and Darkness, who are also going to look to apply some pressure. So let's get some safety in numbers, let's regroup, and let's stay together. We also see Lusail coming in from that northern side on towards Cryptics, once again, still joined by the hip, just a little bit. But they seem to be heading there towards Milta Power alongside Team Unique. So many side-by-side rotations, which we know sometimes causes a little bit of chaos. We've only had one player drop so far, which has, of course, been on the side of SWAT 69 as they try to make their approach here towards Malta. But it's been fairly, I don't even want to say peaceful, I guess, but calculated. It's been okay. It hasn't been crazy. It hasn't been hot drops going through, and that zone closure now should let us know how these rotations should go, which I do like what Blackjack and Team Unique obviously said. I don't know if the zone is listening to me when I talked about Malta Power, but it seems we're going to go in for a closer inspection.
Yeah, close inspection is definitely where it is going to be at for the time being. But I mean, there's several options that these teams can now look to kind of play, right? That whole southern side of the zone is open. We do know that there's a few compounds down there as well, but
Yeah.
quite a bit of congestion coming in towards that western side as we can see those rotations now finding their way on through. Myth and Darkness rotating up side by side. And I mean, the side of Intruder now trying to also just apply a little bit of pressure, but ideally what we could be seeing there from Intruder is them reverting over towards Novo and then taking a potential rotation up towards that southern side of Malta, because we can see there is a beach for them to land on where they can actually
Yeah.
get in and make a bit of a play from there. That would be a very interesting rotation should they decide to do that. But for the time being, Center Zone, it is just going to be heavily congested as we can see so many teams starting to move on through. And for the time being, at least, the players here from Myths were able to secure a decent position, forcing the team there from Darkness to go and look for something else. And instead, moving further down south, which is also not a bad rotation.
No, no, no. Still plenty of space to work with as we get closer towards Milton Power. But as you said, heavily contested as we come through from that eastern side, even that southern eastern side, especially the teams coming through from the military island. I think Intruder did hear you. I do see them in a boat, making a wonderful, wonderful little play all the way around. So, ooh, we will see how that one goes. But look at this, 1 million. They were set up for this one, DK.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful setup coming in here from them. But now, not only a beautiful setup, but they got to keep a hold of that position, right? You can see the players there from Super Young Stars also adding a little bit of pressure on it to the side there for them. Just reminding them that they need to be quite aware of where they are positioned and where the opposing teams are, because it's not going to be a easy aim, shoot, and
get
well,
some eliminations
yeah,
along the way.
it's not gonna be that simple. You're gonna have to try and defend that position, and Kronboy here now just enforcing a little bit more of that.
Yeah, no, I think Knight has received the message. Thank you very much. We do see, Six God, what happened there? Some swimming problems going through, and Lusail, of course, finding Team Umbra. Now, you were talking about Lusail. You know, we mentioned a little bit about what they were able to do in the league week, but now Team Umbra here looking to apply a bit of the pressure, but getting equal amounts back, unfortunately. We already got Morteza out for the count. Wasted is down, only down to Shadowin and PRZ, who might have to just take this disengagement because I can't quite see where exactly they're going to be able to try and find a little bit of a res coming through with Wasted so close to Lusail here. And again, zone. Look at that now.
Whoa, yeah, that is quite a bit of a shift, right? Because Myth now nearly center zone, but the fight is, of course, moving up closer towards that lumberyard that we can see just on top of the hill. But a good spread from the side there of Myth. Also, the position coming in from the side of Zero Tolerance. A little bit more focus on towards that northern side, but still, a lot of information as we can see them. They've got a lot of that low ground positioned off to the edges, and this is where the players from Umbra are going to face quite a bit of a challenge, because it's not going to be an easy straight up rotation. They're going to have to try and sneak their way around. And looking at the positions that Triple Esports is in, as well as I've mentioned, Zero Tolerance, those angles are going to be quite challenging to get a successful sneak approach pulled off.
Oh yeah, heavy contention. Not a lot of gaps to work with as you want to try and get yourself into the zone. And that's why we're seeing the feed absolutely just light up here, especially with Cryptics and Team Unique, who have just found each other and are just saying hello. Some non-violent hellos, not at all going on here. We do see a couple of knocks coming through, but it's been equal so far. We still have the rest of Cryptics who have to still pull up onto this one. And look at Salam, just sneaked on in with the rest of Lusail, just deciding they want to go for a third party.
Yeah, that's the beauty of distractions. I mean, now Salam cooking up that nade, sending it right into the side here of Cryptics, looking to just blaze a bit of an opening onto Lazy Boy holding on to that compound. But Triple Esports now also just venturing down through the forest as we can see Maestro getting picked up. But this is the kind of performance we want to see. Unique stepping up, playing those angles, making sure that they utilize these ridge lines, and they are hoping to not expose themselves too much.
Oh, I love it. It's a quad party going on here. It's triple Cryptics, Lusail, and Unique all up into this one. Lazy Boy now unfortunately finding themselves in a little bit of a sandwich here, who might just have to sit quiet for the time being and see where they can jump into the action here. But Triple Esports being able to recover here, and Lusail just desperately trying to get into the building that we just spoke of that is housing Lazy Boy right now, because they want to find themselves a little bit of space, a little bit of cover, and of course a little bit of that zone placement. And here it is, but nades are being cooked to perfection. Lazy Boy decided, you know what, I'm going to take at least one or two of you out for the count. I'm just at least going to apply some of that pressure. But Team Unique, just on the ridge line. They've heard the action. They want to get involved as well. Everyone just hunkering up into this one singular building. Hello?
Here we go. I mean, look at this. This is what is so beautiful to see. Unique coming in, already sitting on those 4 eliminations. Absolutely just stepping it up. The only other team sitting on 4 eliminations currently is going to be the side there of 1 Million Esports. And we see Lusail also sitting currently on 3 with the players there from G3 on 2. And then, of course, Myths with only 1. But Unique now looking to find that 5th one. They're not satisfied with only having 4 eliminations to the name. Triple Esports also now going to be trying to just steadily tap away from well within coverage, and that is so great to see. But look at the positions coming in from that southern side as well. Intruder trying to advance forward, 1 million to setting up that position ahead of them. But now as the zone's going to start shifting up, this
Salam. Oh, and they had such a beautiful super weekend, so maybe they're looking to start us off on the league week with a little bit of similar action. Who's going to be taking this one, DK? That is the question. Oh, this is going to be a fun one. I don't know. I think it's going to be an interesting one here for Triple Esports to now try and hold on, because they need to take quite a southern rotation here. Alright. So, I mean, a little bit of technical difficulties as we've seen. Sorry for that one. But coming back into this one, Team Unique now. They have been applying some of the pressure. They've got a few members in the zone currently holding the line. Team Myth, as we've mentioned, had a beautiful opportunity in zone to hold the line as well. And they are busy applying a little bit of that pressure, as we can see. Triple Esports now still trying to find the last remaining members there of Unique as they try and make their rotations. But the nades, as we can see, just lighting up the feed. And Winky applying some of the pressure, but unfortunately getting a little bit too much to boot back. Cryptics, of course, being the ones to apply such damage, and they are very happy to take a few eliminations alongside next level being confirmed out of this one. Absolute chaos, as we can see, just applying all around the map. The feed absolutely lining up. We've got so many teams left to only solo players vibing and trying to get into this final zone. We even see Agent 47 just rolling on down the hill because it's absolute chaos here, DK.
Yeah, but that is what we're going to see a lot more of as the teams now continue to push on in. We're seeing those casualties starting to just roll on through. The southern side looking particularly hairy as 1 million have suffered quite a few knocks already. The players there from Darkness trying to hold up this front line defensive. As we can see, 1 player down, Whiskey. But now, up comes Manuel. We got Tornado looking to push forward as well as Moment. Myth now feeling the pressures. All the teams are starting to encircle them, hitting it up from all directions. But Blackjack also now trying to inch their way up right behind the side here of 1 million. But very soon we'll see 1 million potentially getting sent away. Will this be the case? Darkness are going to be looking to make that come through, and it will be a play, and that is, of course, exactly what happens. But now, Blackjack also still to move in. They feel the pressure now from Cryptics coming up right here alongside them. And we got a very spread out play here. I mean, Cryptics, Blackjack, right side by side on that southern Angel zone. But quite a few teams still up north. But look at this, Senke absolutely pinpoint with that nade. And now It is down to Reverb. The health bar not looking too great. And this could be another play coming in for the side here of Cryptics. Already 3 eliminations to their name. They want to add even more. Reverb now getting rushed. Fortunately, picks up the one. The tree being a little bit of a position, but not working out as they would have hoped. And with that, Blackjack also now have to make their way back into the lobby.
Oh, unfortunate for them and Myth. We said that they had a fantastic position, but that zone with that rotation coming through, not the case. Cryptics, one of the teams closest alongside Darkness to get into zone, to get into a little bit of safety and potentially hold this final zone. Team Umbra now being confirmed out for the countdown to 8 teams remaining, and 8 teams all looking for more and more points as we get to the final phases of Erangel, who's been absolutely chaotic, especially in the last couple of minutes here. But taking a look at Myth now, making a beautiful rotation there down towards Darkness and just alongside G3 Tempo, which I think Flacco has spotted a couple of pixels he quite likes.
Yeah, I think he's going to like that quite a bit. But, I mean, it's not going to be an easy position to play from whatsoever. We see Buden also now just trying to wrap around that southern side, trying to get their way back onto the side of the hill, but they've got to be careful. As we can see, Cryptics as well as Darkness right here alongside them, a little bit further up north, having a good advantage with regard to the height, is going to be the team situated on towards that northern area. It is going to be zero tolerance, as well as the players coming through there from the side of Triple Esports. Unique now having to pack their bags. We also still see one of the players left from the side there of the Super Young Stars, Cronboy, just squeezing it out right there on the edge, hugging those trees, trying to stay as hidden as long as possible. But Darkness having a good position up in towards that Wizard Tower and a really good point of hard cover. But I'm pretty sure the teams right here in this phase with them are going to be looking to apply quite a bit of pressure in that direction.
Oh, absolutely. Everyone wants the absolute best cover coming into this one because there's not a lot to boot. And we can see that Cryptics applying some beautiful, beautiful nades there. And unfortunately, Darkness now right in the scopes here of Skydo. As we can see, those rotations into the Wizard Tower may have just caught them out. Triple Esports, though, being taken out with that little bit of a sandwich between Zero Tolerance and Cryptics and Super Young Stars. Same can be said for them now, thanks to Myths. Now, many of these rotations having to make it on in, and once again, the zone, just afraid of teams and players. We're going to rotate, we're going to shift all the way up into the middle of nowhere, with only really Darkness in that Wizard Tower, still with some cover to work with here.
Yeah, Darkness shining quite a bit of light on that zone now, and this is where G3 and Myth are going to just have to fight some beautiful fights to secure the position. But look at Zero Tolerance. They're rolling up to the zone with a full squad. But now, Cryptics starting to just rake away with those hits. Skydo taking a little bit of damage. And we know, Senke carry, they can be quite devastating given the opportunity. But it's all going to come down to Zero Tolerance as to how much they are going to be allowing. Yes, they've got the numbers advantage, but do they have the angles advantage?
It's not a fun one. Let's put it that way. The zone, as we said, not a lot of hard cover to work with here. Farouk now finding themselves also being the victim to that lack of cover being taken out. Moment still left alive into this one. And yes, like you said, Zero Tolerance, they have the numbers, but look at the zone. The zone is not allowing them to get a safe path into it. They're going to have to take a very awkward rotation out in the open, especially now we can see Darkness, because they're the only team that's got that hard cover. You can see G3 Tempo won a little bit of the piece of the action here.
Yeah, they want their fingers in the pies, and they are going to be looking to grab the pie and everything else, but will they be able to pull it off? So far, a really good push coming through from them, but it is now Myth down to one Moment, the last remaining player there for the side of Darkness. And G3 could maybe have this one in the back. But all they got to do is focus on prioritizing those positions, just looking to leverage it as good as they possibly can. But I'm a little bit scared to see what the players from Zero Tolerance are going to be doing, because they just slowly hanging around up towards the northern side. G3, of course, closing it out as they send away the last remaining player there for the side of Team Myth. And with that, we are down to our final 4 teams. But still, I'm waiting to see what Zero Tolerance is going to be doing, because now the strong position changed over to the hands of G3, with Moment also just up above them. And we are yet to see where this 8th phase will be moving into.
I do not see an easy path for Zero Tolerance here to take. So not only G3 Temper and Darkness have a good line of sight onto them as soon as they stand up, as soon as they want to make a rotation, but of course Cryptics there towards that southern side has a beautiful angle on them as well, just towards the bottom of the hill. So here for Zero Tolerance, again, they've got numbers, but how are they going to utilize them is going to be the question. Maybe a little bit of a bait and switch to come through, but it's going to have to just really require absolute team coordination to try and get into this one. There's a couple of rocks, there's a couple of trees, but we know trees, they aren't the best cover to work with here, DK.
Well, at least in PUBG, you can't shoot through them, so that does provide some additional cover. But of course, you're going to have to watch those angles and preferably go for the thickest tree because, you know, those little twigs.
We want the big one.
The twigs, they don't really do it. They might cover one limb or something, or maybe a part of a limb, but that is not going to be sufficient. Also, looking at where the zone is, the teams really don't have many options, right? They're gonna have to start converging forward. Skydo now getting picked up there by the blue zone, which is very, very odd. I'm very surprised that Zero Tolerance have not decided to push into zone and set up a little bit more of a controlling angle here. Yes, we do have G3 and Darkness currently in that Wizard Tower, but they also don't want to get spotted out there, as we can see Zero Tolerance now trying to come through with the heads. Unfortunately, they get traded off, and it now turns from a 4-player situation down to 1 in favor now, potentially even of the players here from Cryptics.
Absolutely, they've just been just hiding there towards the southern side, and here's the push going to be coming through, and Zero Tolerance, it's down to a 1v1, DK.
Oh, this is what we love to see. Hate at least managing to not get caught out by that blue zone. Looking to get the quick confirmation on towards Senke, and up comes those utilities.
Ooh.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful play coming through as we see Cryptics stepping up with the victory, stepping in for their first winner chicken dinner right here on our very first match of the second weekend. This is a really good start for them. Again, showing quite a bit of that aggression we saw coming through in the first week of league play. And now we got to see the rest of the team step up to the challenge.
Yeah, look, we saw what Cryptics could do in the first week, right? They started, I still remember vividly, as they were just pushing everyone into a corner, and they were taking league day after league day after league day. And already now they're starting the first match doing so. Very aggressive, but again, it was a difficult situation for them to play, and that's where that experience that they actually have comes into play. They made a beautiful rotation, a beautiful decision, and then that final shot, okay, a little bit of aim coming through in there to make it work. Beautiful 1v1. And for Zero Tolerance, they're also a team that they didn't do badly, not at all in the Super Weekend, but of course they would want a little bit more points. They want a little bit of a better safety net, and that comes in by them making it to the second Super Weekend. So a great start for them coming through in second place. Again, a little bit of an awkward rotation for them from that northern side. Very, very open, very, very exposed, but they made it work.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm 100% comfortable with, 100% okay with what they did with that rotation. We would love to see improvement come on that play. So definitely, you know, bring it whenever you can. But yeah, we got to give credit where credit is due. It is still a second position coming in there for the side of Zero Tolerance. They could have gone a little bit stronger, but second is locked in. They've got those placement points, and that is at the end of the day what they're going to be needing. They're going to be needing those points to continuously come in. But now, again, the bar's been set on this first match. The teams now have to either meet that or try and surpass that. So it is going to be still a little bit of a challenge for the teams moving through into the later games. And also then moving into our next match, we're also going to be seeing the players from Group E now joining us on the battlefield, with the teams there from Group D sitting this first one out. But, you know, before we get to that, we first have to talk about what we just saw on the screen. And, I mean, definitely an interesting start here, right? The teams right out the gate, a little bit more proactive in comparison to what we saw on the first match of league play start, that first day. You can definitely see the teams looking a little bit more comfortable, but still there's a little bit of caution, right?
Yeah, look, I don't blame them for the caution, let's be honest.
Yeah, it doesn't look 100% comfortable just yet. Maybe that could change through in the remaining games. But, well, let's hop into our highlights of this past match. Just to remind you what happened on the battlefield. There we go. All right, so we saw a very, very entertaining start to the day. Again, it is only the first match of the day, so we understand everything. Again, the team's still trying to assess what to expect moving into the second week of league play, so we can't really fault much on that. But of course, we're going to be looking for an evolution to come through. Speaking about evolutions, we are going to have to, we are rather not going to have to, but we are going to be jumping over in towards our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to bring in this last game.
Yeah, and with the first match done and dusted, these are essentially our overall rankings as well. It's the only points we can really work with at the moment. So Cryptics now leading the pack, of course, with those 25 points. Zero Tolerance not far behind. Even though they had that awkward rotation coming through, they picked up those 9 eliminations. So 21 points for them. Great start alongside Cryptics. And Darkness, also, that rotation they made to that Wizard Tower really set them up because the zone just kept looking closer and closer and closer. Just that final zone that was a little bit unfortunate. But otherwise, I mean, a pretty healthy set of points that we're seeing here. Not too bad in terms of eliminations as well.
Yeah, it is looking pretty good. I mean, we already see several improvements coming in if we look back to that first week. Zero Tolerance coming in with 9 points on the first game. It's leaps and bounds ahead of what we saw coming in that first week. But then we get onto the second page. Again, things that can still be worked on, but we definitely want to see a little bit more of a committed play.
Yeah.
If we could say that, right? Coming through from the teams that need to try and make their way into the next Super Weekend. So, Intruder, Mad Knight, SWAT 69, we got to see those pushes come through. We got to see them looking to apply a little bit of pressure on these teams and, just remind them that, they one of those, they are one of the teams that are still in contention, right? They're going to be making quite a bit of a push to ensure that they make it right up into that first initial Super Weekend.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, even the teams that found themselves towards, I guess, the lower end of the Super Weekend rankings, even though they're still technically currently in top 16 because there's no other teams to compete with, they want to come back in the next Super Weekend, the weekend thereafter, and start consistently picking up points because that's what they need to do. They want to make sure that they have a healthy set of points, that they're definitely going to be finding themselves in those finals.
Yeah, that would be the ideal, but, we'll have to wait and see how everything unfolds on the battlefield. And with that, of course, I want to give a big shout out to Nomo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner. Now, first match done and dusted. We know next up we are heading straight into the jungle for some nice, hot, sweaty, and uncomfortable engagements to make its way onto the screen. Cannot wait to see what the teams are going to be bringing. But before we get into any of that, we are, of course, going to be hopping into a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you right back on the other side. Hi, Potato. Great to see you again. Please introduce yourself and your team.
I am Potato, and my team is Intruder Africa.
Right, so first off, I'd like to find out from you, how are you feeling right now, just before the start of the event?
To be honest, I'm kind of psyched. I am very much looking forward to playing PMPL Africa.
Well, it sounds pretty great. Now, I want to find out from you, has there been any changes on your team or to your team compared to the team from last year?
The team from last year, technically I wasn't in the team last year. I was a new added on, but mostly the changes was just forming a new great team together, and mostly just the vice changes, getting better at the game, training, and getting to know each other builds synergy.
All right, sounds pretty good though. Now, I want to know, what are your expectations for your team going into this upcoming PMPL season?
Well, obviously the first expectation is to get the chicken dinners, but mostly just team coordination and playing everything as perfect as we can.
All right. Now, the next question I want to find out from you is, what would you say is your ultimate goal or ambition?
Well, I gotta say the ultimate goal is just taking it step by step. I mean, with PMCO it was getting to PMPL, now we're here, so I guess the next stage is going to be PMGC.
Yeah, indeed. Hopefully we'll have to find out. But of course, I'd like to find out then, what kind of preparations did you guys go through before coming to the PMPL Africa split?
Well, I've got to tell you, it was constant training, constant scrims from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. to 12 p.m. And it's just been non-stop training every day.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. And of course, first match done and dusted right here on our second week of league play. And we did see the players there from Cryptics coming in with a very comfortable winner chicken dinner, but also a really strong effort being put in by Zero Tolerance, coming in with those 9 eliminations alongside the players from Darkness, also coming in with their 9 eliminations. And of course, we are going to be making our way right over on it towards Sanhok, as we know. But before we go anywhere, we got to give a big shout out to Monster, our official Monster Energy, rather, our official energy drink partner. And I'm curious to find out from the viewers back home what you guys think. Who will be the team to pick up the first winner chicken dinner on Sanhok for this league play week? Let us know on social media. Head on over to Facebook and of course Instagram. Look up the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa pages and tell us what your thoughts are. Give us your predictions. Let's see how accurate you are in assessing what this match will bring. But of course, as we know, Group E joining us back on the battlefield. So we do see quite a few potential players now looking to step it up and, to show us what they've got.
Oh, absolutely. And that zone coming through does mean we have quite a bit of a northern side rotation. But of course, we know it's Sanhok. Rotations are a lot faster, so many of the teams don't really have to worry. They can go towards those outskirts and get some good loot coming into this one because space is going to be limited, with most of that being water, unfortunately. But quite a nice spread coming through here. I do see Slime 4KT in their natural habitat, which is, of course, boot camp on Sanhok. So we'll see how that's going to come through and how they're going to make that work for them. G3 Temper very close to them as well, DK, but quite a decent spread. There's a few places that look a little bit hot.
Yeah, hot and uncomfortable. Let's go with that, right? Because we know it's time for the jungle, and up in paradise, it could be anything but paradise. As we see the players here from Virtual Gaming now having to defend their position against the players coming in from the side of Super Young Stars. Well, it's not their position, but both teams decided to push into here, so they're going to be playing to see who will be the team still walking out here in one piece once everyone starts joining up. And we also have Alphalugi now starting to rotate up from that northern side, looking to strengthen their numbers up in towards Paradise for Virtual Gaming.
Yeah, some beautiful positions can come through from this one, but Super Young Stars, based on how they are scrambling around, I think they got the information. I think they spotted a couple players out, so we'll see who's going to be taking this one. Zeus still from Virtual Gaming has to make that rotation in, and they could potentially make a little bit of a flank towards Super Young Stars. We'll see how that turns out. I mean, the same can be said for Slime 4KT there towards Bootcamp. G3 Temple was very close, but they, chose the disengagement rather, and Masters as well as YONKOUS very, very close there towards Camp Charlie. Might be fighting each other. As I say that, I see that feed. Thank you, Sanhok. Thank you for just affirming what I'm saying. But some crazy action that can happen here with a couple of these hot drops coming through.
Yeah, quite a bit of action can be about to make its way onto the battlefield, and a very cautious approach coming in here from the side of Virtual. You don't want to get caught out unnecessarily in a position like this, but I'm liking the approach coming in from the Super Young Stars. They're moving up as a unit, focusing their efforts collectively to try and close this up and gain a controlling position right here. But I mean, Petrox coming in with those utilities are going to make it quite challenging. Fortunately, the numbers, for the time being at least, working out in favor of the team here from Zero Tolerance. But look at this, Zeus just wrapping around, trying to play this little rock here, just using those angles to try and come in from, making it so challenging for the players from the Super Young Stars to get any of those confirmations in. And Joker now getting caught in a rather uncomfortable position. Fortunately, Charla is also there just to try and get the health bars for Cronboy and Darko right back up. But we also see One Shot. He is very separated from the rest of the team. Not quite sure whether or not we're going to see those raises come through, but it does seem like Joker is going to be trying to rush in and get that confirmation.
Yeah, also adding a little bit of distraction now. Unfortunately, Virtual Gaming, they were nicely grouped up, but they have to reassess. But a beautiful hold here from Zeus does mean that the pressure is still on the side of Super Young Stars. They still have to find their way out of this situation. Convoy going down as well. Virtual Gaming just beautifully applying the pressure, and that's why we're going to see Super Young Stars being the first team to go out. Because again, Virtual Gaming, one of the teams that unfortunately we didn't see in Super Weekend. They've had the opportunity to do a little bit of VOD reviews. They've had the opportunity to do a little bit of practice. And I think we're seeing that actually come to fruition now.
Yeah, that is what we want to see. We want to see them starting off this league week with some really strong momentum and coming in the early game, finding those first few eliminations, taking out the players here from Super Young Stars is an absolutely beautiful start for them. It will be good for the team morale as well. All they got to do is now just keep the focus and keep their heads in line with where they where they would like to go, or where they'd be wanting to go, because essentially, I hope the goal here is for them to make it up into Super Weekend. Again, we say that's what we'd like to think because we don't know. We are not them. We are not playing. I'm so happy we're not playing because
no,
I mean,
no. No one needs to see that, DK.
Yeah, I'm a bot on a good day.
You're a bot. If you are a bot, I don't know. I guess I'm a tree. There's nothing else I can do on the map.
I'll hide behind you. That's fine.
Use me as a shield. It's okay.
Of course.
No, look, yeah, we're not here. The professionals are here, which is why these teams are playing. Thankfully, we do not want to see that come to fruition. But many of the rotations coming through now. We were talking about Masters and YONKOUS having a little bit of a spat, and we can see YONKOUS, unfortunately, as a result, finding themselves as a duo. And Ban still very, very close to NNN7 with potentially nades. I'm not. I'm just speculating here, but if I see the name Ban, I expect nades. That Ban, bang. It's so close. It has to happen. So many rotations still coming through. I don't know. It looks pretty healthy for me, DK. There's still quite a little bit of space open here.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, we'd like to see the teams move into positions which they can actually leverage and use to their advantage. And this is a very exposed fight coming through now from the side between Darkness and the players here from Triple Esports. But fortunately, both teams not fully committing to this engagement. Both teams had a few, let's call them stragglers, just exploring the options in the vicinity. And fortunately for Masters, or rather for the players here from Triple Esports, we had Master and Framar moving up together, so they were able to swiftly deal with that isolated play coming in from the side there of Darkness. But now Momin, as we can see, also still very isolated. We do have Tornado and Manuel not too far away, but they're not close enough to provide any immediate assistance.
Yeah, the crossfires that can come through from Darkness are a little bit awkward here. There might be a little bit of that delay coming through as the team tries to regroup and assist each other, which, we know any sort of delays, any sort of hesitation often means that, unfortunately, your teammates are going to be finding themselves back in the lobby. So we'll have to see how that one's going to turn out. Still a few rotations that need to happen. YONKOUS, Lewis, still there by docks. Not sure what's happening there. And of course, Blackjack there towards Lakawi. So a few longer rotations that have to happen. But again, we have to try and keep in mind this is Sanhok. It's a little bit closer. If you get into a vehicle, you could get into zone quite quickly. First zone coming through, it's not too bad. It looks a bit weird on the minimap, but I think especially if you're just used to Erangel and Miramar from last week, I understand why you'd be confused.
Yeah, but I'm excited to see what the teams are going to bring, because so far we've only seen 3 Sanhoks happening over on that Super Weekend, and this could be a beautiful opportunity now for the 4 teams that we didn't see in the Super Weekend to kind of flex their plays, because the rest of the lobby don't really have much of an idea of what to expect from them, at least moving into those maps. And here we go now, as Virtual Gaming are looking to apply quite a bit of pressure onto the side of Umbra, but unfortunately for the players here from Virtual, Shadowin and the rest of the Umbra squad, they are just so synchronized as they moved up. You can see PRZ now also starting to just advance up that hillside. Shadowin providing a good bit of assistance as they now start to apply even more pressure onto the players now from Virtual Gaming.
Yeah, taking this approach now for Team Umbra. Beautiful coordination there towards the building to get at least one of the members from Virtual Gaming, which was, of course, Alphalugi, out for the count, who was dealing quite a bit of damage, mind you. But now the reset comes through. They just need to find the rest of Virtual Gaming, who are holding quite an interesting spread here. They're just waiting to see which approach Team Umbra plan to take. And of course, we know Sanhok, the longer you take these fights, the more opportunities you potentially give to, in this case, Team Unique, potentially to pull up on you and get a third party. But for the time being, Virtual Gaming and One Shot going to be applying a nice little spray there to make sure Team Umbra know who they're dealing with. And they do not like it, DK.
I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people not liking this just yet, but One Shot is going to be looking to put up quite a strong defensive push now, and it all comes to Wasted to try and hold the fort. Again, I'm not quite sure what is going to be happening here, whether or not Wasted will be able to close it out, but this is that surprise element I was talking about working in favor of Virtual Gaming. The other teams have not seen them play on this map just yet, so they're not quite sure what to expect. I do think that that element of surprise would be gone by tomorrow, as it is going to be even more Sanhok heavy. But look at that now, Petrox really getting dealt with quite swiftly there, but one shot now trying to line up those hits, come rushing forward and make some easy work right out of that. But it was quite a bit of a fight though.
Oh yeah, no. Look, it wasn't it wasn't all things going beautifully there for Virtual Gaming. They did unfortunately lose Alpha Luigi, but with the res onto Petrox coming through, they should be all right into this one. But again, like I was saying, Sanhok third parties, and as I mentioned, Team Unique now have an opportunity to pull up right alongside Virtual Gaming while they're trying to reset themselves and maybe take a couple of pickings for themselves, which I know they would love to have. We said it, Unique, they love to start these engagements.
Yeah, and this is going to be a good angle, especially now looking at where Virtual is positioned, as Zeus just comes thundering down onto poor old Scope there. Not the easiest angle to really fight from, particularly seeing that it is quite open and quite revealing at the same time. But now Unique being forced back to the drawing board, as they now have to come up with another approach. But it's a good play though, having Scope up front, because he can still provide quite a lot of information to the rest of the team, and this is where the communication is going to be absolutely essential for them, as you can see. Virtual now trying to come in with a wrap around approach. Some really dynamic plays coming through here from Virtual.
I love this. I feel like Virtual Gaming have just brought a whole different dynamic, as you've mentioned, into this one. And it's the first time we get to see them on Sanhok. And so far, I mean, they've already taken out Super Young Stars. They're looking for a little bit more now. And I love the energy they're bringing in. They're sitting on 8 eliminations, which is a disgusting number on Sanhok, considering the amounts of third parties that happen, right? They've already taken out Umbra, they've taken up Super Young Stars, and now turning their sights to Team Unique, who were the ones to pull up on them, not the other way around. And now they're going to get the opportunity to disengage and maybe take a rotation, but I don't know, they might linger around just to throw a couple of pot shots their way, because they've done well so far. Not at the very least to take some eliminations, but definitely to apply pressure back.
Yeah, I mean, Virtual Gaming, this is what we love to see. But now they got to focus on not only bringing in those eliminations, but they got to push through to that late phase, right? Already one player getting lost, but that was after fighting with 2 teams, not 1, 2 teams.
Yeah.
So a really strong effort being put forth here from the players of Virtual. But now those rotations are going to have to come through, and it now moves up, at least zone-wise, in favor there of the players coming in from Mad Knight, as well as Lusail. We've got Cryptics, we've got G3, we've got the players there from Slime 4KT. But let's see what they're going to be bringing through, because we're also still waiting to see what Slime 4KT is going to be bringing into this week. This is their first match of the day, and, you know, I'm open to be surprised.
Oh, yeah. Especially with having them start on bootcamp, which we've seen Slime 4KT with bootcamp before. You know, they've had some very dominating performances before. They've dealt with hot drops on that before. But now, how are they going to deal with all the other teams? You can see rotations coming through, Zero Tolerance just riding on by, trying to get into the zone in a little bit more of a better position. Many of the other teams also still finishing up their rotations. YONKOUS, as we said, you know, also one of the teams that had to make a long rotation alongside Myth, who we can see have found darkness and they're not quite happy about it. But they're applying some of that pressure back, and so this is what we're going to be seeing with many of the teams now. It's those shoulder-to-shoulder rotations on Sanhok. As we know, with 14 teams and so little space, it gets crazy.
Yeah, and it's Sanhok. There's not a lot of space. There's not a lot of space from the get-go, so the teams just constantly having that pressure come through, and Vortex now trying to apply a little bit of that pressure on to the side here of Storm. But let's see, will Slime 4KT be able to find a few of those eliminations? Well, if Storm has anything to do with that, could be a potential yes, as that was an absolutely beautiful nade. And again, look at this now, Slime 4KT being hella proactive. They already starting to get that rush and push play coming through, get the first knock, and up they come, re-knocking once again, gets the confirmation. Hate's also not getting traded off. With that, we also see another knock just on the opposite end there, and from a whole squad, they've been able to just kind of cut them down all the way to where it is only Skydo who is now left for the side of Zero Tolerance.
Oh, zero tolerance after the fantastic start that they had on Erangel. It's definitely not what they would have wanted. But as you said, everyone is looking for their opportunities. Slime 4KT definitely one of the teams to do so. All of them just trying to find an angle into this first Sanhok of the league week, because a great start to the league week would mean a little bit of an opportunity to get back into Super Weekend. But that's still quite a ways away. Now, Masters pulling up here towards, of course, Slime 4KT, Zero Tolerance, who have not yet finished their little spat, right? There's no confirmation just yet, but they're going to be pulling up for this third party. Slime 4KT, relatively, they've got the information. They saw that rotation come in, so they should be ready for it. It's just going to be about how to manage those angles.
Yeah, and there's a lot of the managing that we're going to have to see now come through, because we have also the waterway, that river cutting straight through center map. So the team's currently being quite divided, with aside from the players there from Cryptics, who also are holding a bit of a position over on towards that bridge. But now the next phase is going to get ready to pop, and this is where it moves right up towards G3. So the congestion we have up towards that northern bridge, that is going to be quite a point of contention now. Several teams are going to try and securely rotate on towards that northwestern side. But Myth, they've got it relatively comfortable. They can now move in, get themselves set up in anticipation of the rest of the team still having to rotate in.
Yeah, and I mean, they're running off of that spat there from Darkness, so they've got some eliminations to their name. Team Unique now also making a rotation there from that northern side, which, as we can see, is very, very contested, alongside Cryptics and Blackjack Esports, who have just found each other, and now it's a little bit of a fun time here for these three teams, because they need to finish this off. Virtual Gaming still making their way in, who can either pull up towards them or towards Slime 4KT, and then it's the fight for bridge. It's not the bridge we all know and love on Erangel, but it's a bridge nonetheless, so maybe this is the action we've been waiting for. Senke with just that pixel precision, and they're going to feel it a little bit on themselves as well.
Yeah, they're going to feel it definitely quite a bit, but now those rotations, they don't have a lot of time left. The blue zone is starting to make its way on in, and I'm expecting this fight to kind of start popping off, because you can see Blackjack still there, Unique still there, not really moving up just yet, but I can understand why, because it's going to be such a difficult call to make. As we can see, Cryptics, they are lying in wait up on the hill, just beautiful line of sight, as we can see those shots now finding their way straight on towards Chills, and of course Scope. But here we have a potential rotation now, maybe coming through from the side of Phantom, but Chills, yeah, will be making their way right back into the lobby. A dominating play coming through from the side of Cryptics here, but they also don't have a guaranteed spot in this next phase. So I'm hoping that they start prioritizing that rotation into zone very, very soon.
Absolutely, they have to deal with Blackjack Esports first, but Zane taking quite a bit of damage now thanks to Lazy Boy, so that might be the confirmation coming through. Just where are the rest of the players? And Cryptics, as you said, dominating performance coming through them. This is what I mean by managing angles. They're managing two teams right now, and as they make that rotation in with the zone on their heels, this is going to be where the fun starts. Petrox, unfortunately, drowning there with that little bit of a rotation, as Virtual Gaming is making their rotation right alongside Slime 4KT and just the remainder there of Zero Tolerance. So, this is the fun bit. You said it about the river and all the teams making their rotations just in the water. Just an opportunity to get shot at.
Yeah, they're just soaking it in, right? That's the only option they have. But of course, we do see Lusail also now still trying to put up a bit of a fight here. Chico is going to be the last remaining hopeful, but is able to find a few eliminations onto the side there of Triple. Out comes those Utils, quickly closing a door, managing to evade a little bit of that damage coming their way. But the zone also now shifting up quite favorably for them. Oh, look at this. Chico now in the hot seat as Maestro comes rushing forward. The entire squad now, or rather what's left from Triple, comes in. And with that, it is going to be the end of the road for Lusail. 12 teams now remain. It is going to be Myth, the Masters, as well as the players there from G3. Very, very close, if not already having a little bit of a position within this phase. Also, the players there from Triple Esports, so close. They just need to cough and they're there, but they can still utilize that the most eastern building as well as the southern one, which will provide them some really good angles into the zone.
And as you can see, the teams that have really been staying proactive with those eliminations, they're not feeling great in terms of numbers. We've got so many teams there on solo numbers, on 1-1-1-1-1, having to now try and find a spot here in the final zone. They want to get some placements as well. We've still got 11 teams, so the placements aren't quite yet where you'd want them to be, but we'll see how this one continues. Slime 4KT now, getting a little bit of revenge. Skydo just single-handedly, did we just see 4KT get taken out? No, they still got one, but a lot of pressure being applied there, so this is going to be a fun one. Now, Skydo out for the count. We've got 8 teams left. You know, slowly but surely, those placements start getting a little bit more juicy on our virtual gaming. So many teams now dropping like flies, even though they picked up great elimination points.
Yeah, but look at that zone shift. Oh, it is so great for the side there of Triple Esports. All they got to do now is just hold on and try and ride out the storm as the rest of the lobby is, of course, fighting it out over on towards the eastern side. G3 also doing their job there to try and clear it out. You can see several hits coming through. Myth, of course, getting taken away in YONKOUS. And the Masters now fighting for a potential play up into this next phase. Bamboo, super low on health, but YONKOUS, they are going to be trying to close this one out, and they successfully do exactly that. With it, of course, now only 3 teams remain.
Oh, and Triple Esports still one of the first teams finding themselves close to that zone, just having a beautiful opposition here. But you're talking about oppositions, look at G3 Tempo rolling up right alongside them. And while Triple Esports are focusing their attention towards YONKOUS, this just gives time for G3 Tempo to pull up right alongside them and take that third party. As we can see, Flacco just snaking in the grass, and here comes the push for them, DK.
Oh, Maestro now just trying to figure out which way he's going to run once he gets the opportunity, but there's not going to be much of an opportunity as G3 look to apply the pressure. It is going to be Buden and Safeguard, at least for the time being. Look, I'll move on in. We can see Nacho and Flacco leading out, but that blue zone is starting to move on forward. Safeguard needs to prioritize that position within the zone. The final 3 teams left in this lobby. We can see YONKOUS out in the blue trying to pull off that heel strat, but here we go. G3 looking to close it up. It is going to be Framar, the only player standing between G3 and their first chicken dinner right here in our second week of league play. But of course, G3 now being presented with a little bit of spare time. They are going to be now just trying to res up their teammates. As we do, Sixguard not really making it up, but it is going to be Flacco and Buden now pushing through with Lewis still riding the Blue Storm.
Oh no, what is happening here? I think Lewis will just have to rely on that heal strat there. It's not an opportunity really for them to try and get involved. We'll see how long they manage to last. 7 layers of blue zone does hit a little bit deep here. Does unfortunately burn, but look at the damage being put through there to G3 Temper. This gives an opportunity now to Triple Esports, as Flacco is still the only member alive. With that res coming through, if there was a push coming through here from Framar, it would be ample time, the opportune time to make it happen. But now, unfortunately, the rotations are going to be forced here. Framar now left up in a 1v2 against G3 Tempo.
This is more like a 1v3 because it is Framar up against the blue zone, who is also then up against the players there from the side of G3. And G3 now just rushing for their position in the zone to try and claim it, put their flag down, and hopefully, potentially, lock in that winner chicken dinner. But Framar still in a position to come through with the heads over on towards G3. And as you can see, Flacco, Buden, the health bars not looking too fantastic. Well, they're now just going to try and play the position here.
Yeah, and I mean, they've got the position. So here comes the first shot. Biden is there. If they can get the one to Flacco, that might be it.
Wow, Flacco almost jumping straight in front of the barrel there. But fortunately, the blue zone coming in with a beautiful assist. And with that, G3 lock in their first winner chicken dinner. And that is the way we like to see it. We don't know whether or not that is kind of the expectation being created right here. But absolutely phenomenal performances coming through across the board. And I mean, this was such a beautiful one that we saw just now on Sanhok. And I'm quite hopeful to see what the remaining Sanhoks are going to be bringing on through. But you got to give credit where credit is due. G3 picking up a beautiful winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic start for them on Sanhok. And of course, you know, we normally do see G3 Temper really finding success on Miramar. You know, they're one of the teams that I think about with regards to Miramar. I don't know if they're going to be the teams that I think about with regards to Sanhok, because I think Virtual Gaming at the moment is still filling my head with that performance that they brought through, picking up those 8 eliminations, those 2 team wipes, you know, just casually on the first game we saw of Sanhok this week. But definitely a fantastic performance all the way around. You can see, you know, the elimination spread that was coming through was a lot more even. And this is what we were talking about. It's an opportunity for teams to just start, you know, climbing the leaderboard and get a couple of eliminations, get a couple of points here and there. And we'll see. Maybe those going to be, that's going to successfully be the reason that they find themselves in Super Weekend.
Yeah, but we got to say we love to see a more balanced approach coming through, teams really stepping up to the challenge. But I got to give it a shout out to the players there from Virtual Gaming as well. I mean, they were just absolutely popping off in the early stages of that game, finding those 2 squads that they wiped right off the side of the map. I mean, that is a beautiful start for them. So regardless of where the placement points came in, they've already had 8 points locked into their name. So a minimum of 8 points to finish off this match, that's where you want to be. And, you know, then regardless of what placement points get added onto that, it is still looking really, really good for them. But as we know, the second match is now completely done and dusted. And we also have a few highlights starting to make their way a little bit closer to us as well. So just to get a few of those reminders of the action we saw unfolding on the beautiful map of Sanhok. But of course, before we get into that, was there any standout performances for you in this last Sanhok match?
I mean, other than Virtual Gaming, like we were just talking about, yeah, look, there were a few opportunities for G3 Temper as well, I would say, with regards to the rotations that they had to make. Very awkward rotation, but they made it work. You know, they found their way through the teams and they found that chicken dinner. So I'm going to leave it with them for now.
Well, there we have it. Let's hop into those highlights to see a few reminders of this past match. I gotta say, right, I know we gotta keep, I know we're keeping quiet during the highlights, but it is so difficult. There were some beautiful plays being brought in right there, and every time we just want to go like, oh, that was so amazing to see. But, you know, you gotta give it to these teams. They really bring it all the way through. And I mean, that final play coming through from Mar. It was so close. I mean, we almost saw Flacco jumping in front of that barrel, managing to narrowly escape, getting picked up right there. And that would have been a very surprising finish. But of course, no, it's no surprise, is going to be our match ranking. So let's hop on over to see how many points the teams were able to bring in right over onto Sanhok.
Look, I think I already know who I'm going to be looking at in terms of the elimination leaders. Of course, that's going to be Virtual Gaming there with those 8 elimination points, 1 placement. So not great, but again, an awkward rotation that they had to make. So G3 Temper actually being the second team there with 6 eliminations, and Team Myth with 5 means those are the teams that were really capitalizing there on towards Sanhok. But Triple Esports and YONKOUS making it up into those top 3, 15 and 13 points respectively, really making a good start for themselves as well. And Mad Knight and Cryptics there. Mad Knight, one of the teams we know that we are waiting for. Virtual Gaming, one of the teams we know we are waiting for, because they are really fighting tooth and nail to get back into the Super Weekend and get the opportunity to pick up points. So overall, not a bad start.
Yeah, really not a bad start. Now as we head on over to that second page, it's looking a little bit more scarce with points on this side, but Slime 4KT still coming in, picking up those 4 eliminations. Blackjack also there, picking up that one alongside their placement points of 2, sitting in them a grand total of 3. So yeah, it's a little bit tough on this side of the page, but it is a very similar play coming through from the side there. Of course, we can see Blackjack, Team Unique, and Zero Tolerance Skill. Umbra, Lusail, Darkness, Super Young Stars. It was a little bit of a tough run, but of course, we know what happened to Darkness and Super Young Stars all the way over in towards that early stage of the game.
Absolutely. And look, some of the teams, they didn't really find success because they found some other teams. Virtual Gaming, cough. But again, it's a good start, I think, overall. And speaking about overall, nice little segue there. Thank you. G3 Temper currently finding themselves there on that number 1 spot alongside Cryptics, 5-point difference there. But again, this is where we start to see just a little bit of that shift, or at least that focus shift for some of these teams. Second game in. How's the eliminations to the points, placement points looking? It's starting to get a little bit more clearer in terms of the image that they're going to be taking a look at for League Week. But still, very good start. I love that I'm seeing some other names on this page compared to what we saw in the first week.
Yeah, and now all they got to do is keep the pressure up, keep the momentum up, and just continue to push it as far as they can. And that second page is going to be a little bit of a surprise. Ta-da! Here we go. Here we have it. The players there from Mad Knight currently sitting up in towards that 9th place with Team Unique, hard on their heels. Of course, sharing the same amount of points as Virtual Gaming as well. So it's still very close, right? There's still a lot of moving room for these teams as we have several more games to go. A lot of points still to be brought in, and I'm curious to see how the teams are going to be looking to now really utilize what they can potentially gain on these games, and then try and alter the overall leaderboard as much as they can.
Of course, and that's what we want to see. And in terms of the last page, again, we're only 2 games in for the league week, so it's not like it's impossible for the teams on this page, to not get points, etc, especially because the groups are still switching out. Every single night we've got at least one group that's going to sit out per match, so overall the teams are only playing 4 maps a night. We're not going to see that huge jump in points that we do see in the Super Weekend just yet, because it's still getting started. We still have 2 more maps, and we definitely saw last week on the second day, that's really when things were turned up, because that's when the teams had that information to work with and they really brought it in. So tomorrow, definitely going to be crazy. Today, we're still ramping it up. We're still getting started.
Well, honestly, I'm expecting it to start relatively soon, right? Because the teams already have the information, right? So they've got the entirety of last week to look back on to kind of get an idea of what they could be expecting moving forward. And already we saw out of the gate the teams already changing things up, right? It's not the same approach that we saw coming into that first week. So things already looking quite different. So I'm excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing in the remainder of today's games. But of course, we also want to hear what your opinion is. Let us know on social media. Head on over towards the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa Facebook as well as Instagram pages. Hit us up. Let us know who do you think are going to be the teams to take all the winner chicken dinners here for today, as we saw the last one heading straight over towards the team there from G3, and before that it was over towards the team from Cryptics. So we still have 2 more Erangels to go, with a little bit of that Sanhok just positioned in between. So let us know what your thoughts are. But well, on that, we are also now going to be making our way to a quick break while we get ready to see what Erangel will have in store for these teams. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you right back afterwards. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 22. This, of course, is our second week of league play. And so far, we've been seeing some very, very exciting games. And speaking about exciting, also want to give a big shout out there to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports in 2022. But of course, that's not the only sponsor. We also need to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, looking at this first zone, this first flight path rather, back on towards Erangel here as proxy, it is, again, a very satisfying flight path, a very centered, coming from that northeastern side, heading straight down towards the southwestern edge. Again, the team's having quite a bit of access to all those locations they would like to move down in towards. But I do think, like, Georgia Paul is not going to be a easy, straight push and touchdown play. And the same, of course, can be said for over on towards Novo. So definitely a little bit of a change-up. But also, speaking about changes, we have the players there from Group C sitting out on this match, with Group D now rejoining us back up in towards the lobby. So that is going to be, for Group D, is going to be the players from SWAT 69, 1 Million, Next Level, as well as Intruder Africa. And then the teams who are sitting out on this map currently is going to be Zero Tolerance, Team Myth, G3, as well as Blackjack Esports. So the rest of the lobby now have a great opportunity to move themselves down towards the southern side.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They're going to have a wonderful rotation towards that military base, or maybe a little bit closer there towards Pachinki, Ferry Pier, Milta Power, even Farm. Quite a few, spots that we know are already quite favored by many of these teams. I mean, it's going to be a fun one. I do see Masters back with the Next Level actually there towards the military island, being joined by Intruders, so nothing necessarily new there. But, for some of the teams, there's a little bit of a longer rotation. We know that Team Unique, they absolutely love Severny, and they're still finding themselves there. And we've seen Cryptics oftentimes finding themselves towards Stolber. So a few changes coming up. So those alternative drop sites really making a showing here. And for many of the teams, it looks pretty all right. I mean, the spread is not too bad. I think that military island is a little contested. So we'll see what Masters and Next Level have to say about that. But for the time being, it's looking good.
Yeah, it is definitely looking really, really good for the teams. And now we got to wait and see what the zone is going to be doing, well, at least once it moves into those later stages, because the teams having a decent spread. And aside from the congestion up in towards that Sosnovka military island, we do have a few other players getting ready to move through. But it does seem like we are going to be having a bit of a rehost on the lobby as well. So yeah, so making sure that I'm not quite sure what the issue was there, but it does seem like we are going to be having a quick bit of a rehost there just to make sure. I do believe it's one of the players that couldn't make it up into the lobby. So to make it fair for everybody, we are going to be having a bit of a rehost. But seeing the kind of flight path we had coming in there and those southern zones coming through once again, I mean, that is the second time that the southern zones come into play, and that is almost identical to what we had in the first week of league play. The teams continuing now to have and try and deal with that. And of course, as we then made up to that first super weekend, that's where the zone started moving elsewhere, right? So I'm hoping that teams are looking to get themselves set up for that eventuality, because again, not getting too accustomed to those southern zones. Yes, it is something we don't see all too often, but it is a little bit, call it a freak of nature this time around over in towards the league play weeks.
Yeah, look, the changes that we're seeing with these Erangel zones, just those last-minute shifts, as we know Erangel to do, it quite loves to throw a wrench in the works. I think that's really been an interesting point of contention for many of the teams as they have to make those rotations through, and all of a sudden, the plan that they thought they had in their head gets thrown out the window, as we know so many oftentimes in any sort of battle royale, and especially in PUBG. So it's going to be interesting. I think many of the teams now, they might have spotted a few flight paths there. I was probably going to change up going into the next map, the rehost, obviously, of Erangel. So I think it might be a little bit more interesting. I think Erangel has been pretty well behaved. It's been well behaved now for two maps in a row. So maybe that third map might be seeing a little bit of craziness.
Yeah, but I mean, we could be expecting to see quite a few things. Already, we know if we look back to what we had last week in league play, this was the match in which the players there from Cryptics stepped up and came in with that winner chicken dinner. But of course, they had a little bit more of a quiet approach coming into the first two games. We saw the chicken come through on the third match as well as then on that fourth game. But already, looking at how the teams are kind of approaching the games here this week, just based on these first two games, I'm not quite sure whether or not that's going to be the same thing. We'll have to see once the team start making their way down on towards the battlefield once again. And as they get closer to those later phases, we'll have much more of an indication as to how it is going to be going. But definitely, this is that opportunity now for teams like YONKOUS, Mad Knight, Triple Esports, and of course Team Unique to improve on the performance that we saw coming through from them in their third match, or rather on match 3 last week on that first day.
Yeah, look, there's plenty of opportunities here for many of the teams, and I think, you know, the rehost maybe just wakes them up a little bit, gets them ready and set for Erangel. Maybe a few conversations were had, who knows. Either way, they're going to come back into this one, and they're going to be ready and prepped for it. We've already seen many of the teams, as we said, employing new tactics, employing, you know, a different version of the team that we haven't seen up until this point, especially the 4 teams we didn't get to see over the weekend. So I'm very, very curious about Virtual Gaming. They started that Sanhok off with an absolute explosive performance, and I want to see if they can replicate that on Erangel, or if it's maybe specific to Sanhok. You know, maybe they really do shine in those close quarter combats. So Sanhok is just it's chef's kiss for them, and they want more Sanhok coming through into this week, which thankfully for them, they've been gifted. So we'll see how this Erangel's going to look. Maybe some of the other teams coming in. Triple Esports also has been doing pretty consistently, and they were the team that actually was on 16th position last week. They just made it in to Super Weekend. So they have an opportunity here to also maybe get a bit of a better start coming in. Are there any other teams that you're maybe looking out for? I mean, obviously we've got the big heavy hitters, but maybe there's a few others that you like to focus on.
Well, I'm looking back at what we had our first running over on towards Erangel, right? So it's going to be a little bit of a interesting one to see definitely what the teams are going to be looking to bring onto that. As you said already, the players there from the side of Virtual Gaming came in so aggressively in the start of Sanhok. So I'm not quite sure whether or not they're going to be coming in with a very similar approach, moving up in towards Erangel. It's definitely a possibility, but at the end of the day, the teams will have to see what they're going to try and prioritize. Are they going to be looking to prioritize those positions in the early phase, or looking to bring in a little bit more of the aggression? But unfortunately, we're not going to be having to wait too long to find out exactly what strategies the teams are going to bring to the battlefield, as we see our way being made in from that multi-power direction just down below. And it is heading straight across in between shooting range and Saverni. So a little bit of a change on the flight path, but also hopefully with that now, we're going to have a bit of a change coming in with where that zone is going to be moving. I'd like to see it move away from the south and head back into any other direction.
Anywhere else except for the south. Are you tired of the bridges here, DK? What were you saying? I thought we're waiting for the bridges. I thought we have a collective, opinion. We want to see some bridge fights, but it's okay. Yeah, it would be fun to see a little bit more of that northern play for me personally. Maybe even towards Kameshki, Stolber. Maybe a little bit of Zaki action. Maybe we can see Chopsticks, being in play. Maybe a fun little play there. There's a few options, I think, that the zone could really make this interesting for the teams. Now, with regards to how interesting that would be with this flight path, yeah, the zone could be cruel sometimes. It really could be. But still fairly alright. I do see next level this time just avoiding that military base and deciding they're going to go for a little bit of a Milta power drop. So some changes already, which I like. And that zone already, I mean, it's a bit of a different change. It's a bit of a different position. It's not quite what you wanted.
Well, I mean, it's not full on south, so it's not bad. It's more towards the western side, with still a little bit of the southern side being playable, which I'll take. I'm not going to complain about it. It's fine. It's great. It's fantastic. What's also quite interesting to see is the sheer congestion towards that farm region.
What?
I mean, look at that. We got the super young stars. We got Triple up in there. We've got the players from SWAT 69. We also have the players from 1 million. So 4 teams dropping in really close proximity to each other But hopefully we'll see those rotations now come in as the teams could potentially be looking to break it up, because you don't want to get caught in a position like this in the early game.
No, we don't like this sort of pack of Skittles right off the bat on an Erangel, especially like with the changes coming through. I mean, you know, you're not the only team that we normally do see here is 1 billion, who of course we know is here towards Milta, but G3 Temper obviously not in this one, so they can't really jump in with the action. But I think they if they see this, they'll be like, what? Why? Why can't we be here? But all right. Triple Esports, Zero Young Stars, and SWAT 69. And you can see just that scramble coming through. Well, we can see. We can take a look at it just now, but it's an immediate disengagement. Everyone just like, I'm not starting this Erangel like this. So at least, okay. I was a bit worried there, DK. I thought we were going to see some shenanigans happening here towards farm.
Let's just blame it on FOMO, right? That's what it was. They just had a fear of messing up. They heard they heard that there was something happening. Something was popping off over there, and they had to go investigate to make sure that they can figure out what exactly is happening on that front. But yeah, it is still relatively jam-packed. It has started to kind of thin out a bit. We now see the players from the side here of SWAT 69 holding on to the compounds. Triple, Maestro, and of course his teammate there are going to be the final two to rotate up in it towards the zone itself. Now looking to rejoin up with the rest of the team, but the rest of the players there, Thor, of course, finding himself right up alongside the players from the Super Young Star. So they're not really moving too far out of these challenging positions. They merely seem to be just rotating up a little bit more. But we also did see Framar really taking some good initiative and pushing all the way towards that western side.
I do like this. A little bit more of a sort of scouting approach, which they can bring in and really take advantage of. So rest of the teams now, other than the Skittles pack that we still see a little bit there towards farm, relatively split out. You know, they're going to take their looting phase a little bit more cautiously, get themselves set up, and then we'll start seeing a little bit of that action coming through. Look, Sanhok was crazy. You know, Sanhok there towards the end, even though the teams had a fantastic start, they lost off there towards the end, thanks to the crazy rotations, as we know. Now they get to reset, come back onto the lovely, lovely Erangel that we all know and love, that we all very much know. And these teams especially do, because it's the only constant they can work with every single week so far. But yeah, I don't dislike some of the rotations I'm already seeing. Even Darkness already getting themselves into zone, might be getting a little bit close there towards, you know, the contention we saw at farm, but the rest not looking too bad. I did see Cryptics and Lusail once again finding themselves there towards Georgia Pool, so it's looking comfortable for the rest of these teams. But those zones rotations, we know on Erangel, they make things fun for these teams. So fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of uncomfortable fun for them as they now have to try and find another spot to go to. And we do see a few of these hits now continuing to come on through as the Super Young Stars are looking to pick up a few of those eliminations. SWAT 69 now a little bit spread out, but they are looking to condense the position. As you can see, the squad now just rushing on forward, but Sabir all the way on that far western side. So only 3 of the players currently for SWAT 69 positioned up alongside Joker here, but Joker being put in quite a challenging position, rather, as we can see the rest of his team also right here to support him, but they're not 100% moving up alongside him, instead trying to play a little bit more of an assistive role here, coming in with those ranged attacks instead of getting up close and personal. You can see Cronboy and Chala now just keeping Overwatch up on the hill, but this could be quite a turn now for the players here from SWAT 69. If they're able to get themselves worked through this play, you could definitely get a few of those much needed points being brought in as well.
Yeah, Super Young Stars, especially after that previous Sanhok, they want to start this one off with a little bit of a bang. And as we see the players there from 1 million just on top of the high rise, we also need to be aware that Darkness is also very close to this little bit of contention that's happening here. So SWAT 69 really under pressure alongside Super Young Stars as they find themselves in a potential sandwich. But we'll see how this one turns out for the time being. Cronboy just throwing a couple of nice shots there towards the ridgeline, just giving a bit of a warning to 1 million, saying back off. Okay, just wait. We're dealing with a different team right now. Give us some time here. And SWAT 69, that return coming through Sabia's here. So it's a 4v3. for now, right? I say a 4v3 for now because there's a few other 4s and 3s that might be joining the party later on, especially with the rotations coming through from virtual gaming. They might take a line through straight through farm, which we can see many of the teams looking to get those early eliminations so they can focus on placements and really get a good game.
Yeah, Gatka's also getting a little bit of love as we have over a few positions being played over on towards that Chopsticks region. But for the time being, the focus is going to be on this eastern side, right? As the teams are still having to try and kind of deal with those rotations coming up in towards their direction. I mean, speaking about Gatka, speaking about Chopsticks, here we see the players now from YONKOUS as well as the players coming through from the side there of Umbra, moving in towards a more northern position here with a few of the players from Triple Esports just positioned further south of YONKOUS. So quite a position to potentially try and leverage, thinking that it is center zone. But look at this Havlik now just getting hit there as Morteza sends a few through. And of course, up north, it is going to be Lusail and Cryptics now fighting it out up in towards South George.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, we've seen them drop next to each other quite frequently, but this contention might be a very fun one. As you can see, some rotations coming through. YONKOUS and Team Umbra still finding their feet, still looking to get into this one and maybe pick up a couple of eliminations as that zone is steadily closing. Still just Slime for KT, basically, at Virtual Gaming that need to finish off their rotation. Lusail also taking a bit of a wide stance there. I'm not sure if you see that, so that might be an interesting rotation to look at. And yeah, no, I'm very curious to see how this one's going to pull. I think the winning condition for many of these teams is going to be the zone pool because the rotations are not going to be fun. Wow.
Yeah. Well, the zone, I'm quite a big fan of Chopsticks, right? I love me some of that Chopsticks action. And now looking at where the zone is, that could be a possibility, right?
Oh, yeah.
Again, not 100% locked in, but it could definitely be a big possibility to come on through. But what's also going to be a possibility now is for the players for Virtual Gaming to come rushing down the right on top of the squad here from SWAT 69. And look at these quick reactions coming through. One shot, just trying to clear out this building one floor at a time, one room at a time. As you can see, those utilities, those mollies getting sent through as well. And this is where the pressure is going to be on. All the players here from Virtual Gaming now potentially kick it off with yet another aggressive performance.
Yeah, this is what I love to see. I wanted answers. I wanted to see if Virtual Gaming are always like this, you know, or if it was just that Sanhok that gave them a little bit of that different energy. But now, starting us off with that first elimination there, looking for the second. You see Velucci coming in, finding one onto El Chapo, and now all of a sudden, it's down to one member, and that is just the cleanup coming through here. Beautiful start for Virtual Gaming, getting another team elimination. And again, the first team elimination, once again, back to back. So they're starting off Erangel with a beautiful couple of points. And again, it's just, I love the energy that they're bringing in. Like you said, all of a sudden, they're the ones to start the engagements and apparently the ones to finish them.
Yeah, but this is what we like to see. We want teams step it up, show that they are some strong contenders, and definitely Virtual Gaming doing exactly that, right? They're showing the lobby like, listen, we are a force to be reckoned with. We're going to be coming in super aggro, you know. We're going to try and just bring in a little bit of dominance as well. But all they got to do now is work on not only securing those eliminations, but to secure those placement points. They need to rake up those placement points, and to pull that off, they're going to have to play the next few rotations absolutely beautiful. Of course, another team we'd like to see moving up in towards Super Weekend is going to be the team there from Mad Knight. So still quite a few opportunities that could be coming through on towards them. And look at that, Intruder also now starting to step it up as they start running over the competition, heading right over the players there from the Super Young Stars, just taking two of them right off of the board. And this is a good approach. Again, the aggression now coming in from these teams, knowing that they have to give it their all to make it into that second Super Weekend.
Yeah, the teams that we were talking about that, you know, had that extra bit of added pressure because they didn't make it into the Super Weekend, really coming through with a statement there. Also, one of the teams that had a bit of a tough time, I would say, was Next Level. As we said, you know, they had some competition, put it that way, but they're already starting off this Erangel with 4 eliminations. They found themselves, you know, that confirmation onto Darkness, taking out one of the teams that have, you know, they were pretty consistent on Super Weekend. So that's some good opportunities for them. And speaking of opportunities, we were talking about virtual gaming starting some engagements. They might be starting a little bit of something here towards Intruders, who are finding themselves in zone. And the path they have to take is through the crossfires here of virtual gaming with another sneaky little team there that they have fortunately might have to get involved with, depending on how these rotations go through.
Yeah, and what I'm liking about the position we saw the players there from Virtual Gaming in just now is that regardless of which way Intruder decided to rotate, Virtual Gaming still had an angle on them. But now, a little bit of a saving grace coming through as the zone has now moved all the way up towards the north, and we see the players there from Virtual Gaming quickly disengaging from that position. But strangely enough, we don't see anyone really moving up on towards Everest. That could, of course, potentially be Cryptics now, as we can see them inching their way closer to that. But it is going to be heavily congested over on towards the foothills of Everest, as we've got that skill packs being opened once again. We've got Triple there. We've got Lusail in the mix. We've got Unique. We've got Cryptics. Everyone looking to get a piece of the pie here. Even the players there from Mac Knight also just positioned a little bit further down on towards that southern side. But I got to say, I'm loving this. I love Skittles. So please continue. Give us chaos on screen.
Let's get a little bit more of that. That southern part of the zone absolutely contested. The northern side just untouched, absolutely for anyone's taking. And I mean, I want to see some of those rotations coming through. Definitely these teams want to find themselves some fantastic placement points, especially, you know, the likes of Next Level, Virtual Gaming, who've already got those, you know, base level points, which came through from those eliminations. They have an opportunity to really have a huge game, and you can see Virtual Gaming actually choosing to prioritize that northern side, taking rotation even through the zone to make it happen here. But Team Unique and YONKOUS, also a team that both teams, they've been doing well. They've been having some shining moments, but this will start with them finding each other. And Scrap just trying to find a little sneaky angle there, just right through the trees, and see if they can just start us off with something. But I like it. I think the teams are really getting proactive. They're really looking for those elimination points, which we know have been so huge in just boosting teams up those rankings.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm quite happy for the players coming in there from the side of Next Level. We know they are a team that can perform quite well on Erangel. We saw that in our final match on the Super Weekend. So they're going to set the bar. They set the expectation. Now they're going to follow through on that. But of course, another team we see trying to keep up with the pressure here is going to be the side of 1 million, as we have Intruder now looking to intrude onto their position. But Intruder, they've got their backs to the zone. So that is actually quite a favorable spot for them. Now they can just leverage that position, focus their efforts down on towards the side there of 1 million, and potentially pick up a few more of those eliminations. Eflex and Blacklast now trying to see if they can find a good approach. And, unfortunately, Hemo turning his back on the approaches coming through from the side of the players from 1 million. But the rest of the team are going to be looking to make their push now, looking to just set up a bit of a gatekeep. But the zone is going to pop up as well, moving right over towards Everest. So hopefully we'll see that rotation committing all the way through to the side of Everest.
Yeah, Cryptics and Virtual Gaming actually on either side of Everest can make a fantastic position here, get themselves set up early. And we know if you get yourself set up early and that zone pulls towards Everest, it's literally just shooting down sight. You can watch all of the teams coming in and you have a fantastic opportunity to start picking up some serious elimination points, which we know Cryptics and Virtual Gaming have shown they can do. So this is going to be a very fun one for them. Virtual Gaming going to be the first team to make themselves a beautiful point of action there on Everest. The first team to get there. That is an important pointer to note, especially with Intruders pulling up right alongside them. So the first two teams have already claimed their spot. Now where are the rest of the teams going to be finding a way into the action? Because we know you do not want to be downside of a team like Virtual Gaming or Intruders or any team looking to take you out of the map.
Yeah, it is going to be quite a challenging position, but what's so important about that Everest position is the aggression that accompanies holding on to that spot, right? Because if you're just going to let people rotate in, you might be losing that position faster than you've rotated up onto that hill itself. But we see a lot of these rotations are starting to come on through. Super Young Stars just come flying in and heading in right towards the lobby. That was some beautiful shooting come the side of Pramar, but unfortunately Pramar also now getting traded off Oh, but give that man an award. That was just a beautiful, beautiful shot coming in. But there's still now quite a bit of chaos about to come in on towards the southwestern side. We do see the players from Unique also positioned just up ahead. Lusail having a controlling position within those compounds. But up comes YONKOUS, now looking to rush into Chills. Chills, of course, putting up the defense. Is not going to be letting them come in that easily. But Havlik, a player that we saw really popping it off, now stepping in and quickly with that swiftly dealing with that potential threat. But now they are still not in the zone. They still have a little bit further to go before they can call the zone home. But looking at the players coming through here, I mean, everyone is looking to make it so challenging for the teams still to rotate in.
Yeah, Mad Knight still finding themselves in zone, let alone trying to find a way in. And now we turn our attention here to Team Umbra and Masters Esports. Two teams we know have done some fantastic work in the past year, looking to take each other out. And unfortunately, it's not going to be a fun night for them. Let's take a look and see how they're going to manage this approach, because 1 million just on the high rise might get involved as well. Now, Team Umbra just along this ridgeline have a beautiful bit of a sight to try and get into contention here with Masters. Bamboo is out. Ban now trying to hold the line here as the teams try and push on in, and they will have to do it all. It's a 1-on-4 situation here. Mollies go out, and here comes the stragglers trying to desperately get out of it, but it's not going to be the case. Oh, well, maybe. It's pain. It's so much pain.
It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Everyone is still okay. And of course, we see several teams now just getting sent right back there. But a really good push coming through from the side there of Team Umbra. Now they just got to hold on to that position as they could potentially be secured within the next phase. But, oh, yes, indeed. The players here from YONKOUS not having a good run. Unique just picking up those hits left, right, and center. And, of course, also the players there from the side of Cryptics just leveraging the angles they have coming in from that western side. But the zone, takes a hard shift up in favor of the players now from Virtual Gaming. And that is, you couldn't ask for a better shift. But now, Cryptics, they're on the move, and we could potentially see them pushing right up in towards this Everest position, pushing straight up to the top side of the hill. So it is going to be a little bit of a worrying play now for the players there from Virtual, because we do see a bit of a spread from them. But further down south, Umbra going to be trying to clean up the zone, trying to pick up those eliminations towards the players here from the side of Team Unique.
You were talking about lemons. And when life gives you lemons, you make some...
Lemons.
Really? More lemons?
Yeah.
You like lemons? Okay. Well, I mean, the lemon-colored team of Team Unique now finding themselves in a little bit of unfortunate situations. And as you were saying, you know, Cryptics taking their reputation all the way up to Virtual Gaming. As you said, you might be the first team to hold Everest, but you might not be the last team. Now, of course, Cryptics, not a stranger to Everest. We've seen them do some fantastic performances here, but they first have to get through Virtual Gaming, who have been on a little bit of a tear themselves already with those eliminations, looking to be the next team to really apply the pressure. And that starts here. Marshall just trying to line up the shot here against Petrox. Some nades being cooked, but are they gonna connect? Ooh, just along the side, and here comes the push from Marshall looking for Petrox, and Petrox just narrowly missing, but Senke here to back the man up and finding the trades, but they still have to find 3 more if they want this, DK.
Yeah, but of course, looking at the players here from Virtual, they are no strangers to the aggression. As you can see, Marshall also not getting traded off, and it is now down to Carryboy, the last potential hopeful for the side here of Cryptics. Virtual Gaming, one shot, moves in and lands the devastating blows, and with that, it is going to be the end for the side here of Cryptics, as Virtual Gaming claim Everest for themselves, at least the western side, because Slime 4KT also now just venturing up on towards that eastern place. And again, now Virtual Gaming not having an opportunity to really reset, breathe, or do anything else, as the constant threats, the constant pressure is now going to start dialing up.
Oh, you were talking about it. Again, a beautiful start coming through here from Virtual Gaming. Let's see how far they can take it, though. Now, Slime 4KT finding a little bit of a different mark, which is, of course, Lusail hiding in the snook. Just hoping that there's not going to be a shot connecting on through here. And the confirmation there of our lemon-colored team, as we mentioned, Team Unique, going to be taken out, unfortunately. And again, this is what I was saying. You find yourself set up on Everest, and now the teams have to come up to you. And look how uncomfortable it is, but that zone shift might apply a little bit of an opportunity here for Team Umbra, because all of a sudden they are zone blessed and they just need to stay alive, and they can maybe do something here.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Umbra, I mean, Virtual Gaming, Slime 4KT up on the high ground, right? You can't really compete against that, and there's no way really to hide because they can see through the trees, right? They've got those lines of sight, looking at how spread out they are. But what could be a little bit of a saving grace for the side of Umbra is the addition of the players coming in from the side of Lusail, holding on towards that edge. But Lusail also needs to be super cautious. We can see Chico already getting picked up right there. The knock finds its way in. And now we've got Boyka as well as Watson looking to just assist their knocked out player there. But for the time being, at least, Umbra can just utilize a little bit of that slight coverage and a bit of a confusion coming through with the trees. But Slime and the players now from Virtual, they got to bring in those rotations because Blue Zone is not going to wait for them to do that.
The Blue Zone waits for no one. And unfortunately, Virtual Gaming now trying to make a line down sight. And here waits Slime 4KT as well as Intruders to apply a little bit of a sandwich and potentially take them. Oh, yeah, no. As I say, that's going to be Virtual Gaming in a little bit of a dying stretch here. But we'll see how they hold the line. Intruder now, and in particularly the solo of Intruder, Mar just trying to hold on to this one. And Slime 4KT have made themselves into a two-way split, of course, holding a little bit of that bottom line, a little bit of that top line to apply some coordination here. And so far, they are looking really good into this final zone.
Yeah, I'm liking this kind of leapfrog play coming through from the side here of Slime 4KT. But as we can see, Umbra right up alongside them. But I'm liking the approach here from Aimer, finding a beautiful line right down towards Mar. And Plaza also right there on the front line. But let's see whether or not Aimer is going to be able to get down from atop the mountain. The utilities getting sent through. Plaza taking a big chunk of change. But now Umbra looking to be a little bit of a thorn in the side here for the teams. It's like they've been forgotten of a slight tad bit. And that is a beautiful opportunity now for them as we see Shadowwind, Wasted, and PRZ just holding on towards that eastern side. Plaza with a quick reposition, trying yet another time to get those hits in, but this is where we see Umbra now starting to strike, and of course Mar sending out a beautiful one right up in towards Plaza, but down he goes. Lusail steps up to the challenge.
Oh, that was a little bit of a jump scare for me, but Mar's going to be finding themselves going out there. Unfortunately, now Team Umbra, as you said, have been left to their own devices, an opportunity for them to reset alongside Lusail. Now, Slime 4KT, as they try and make their rotation down into the zone, they're finding quite a bit of contention. They've made a lot of noise climbing down this hill, and unfortunately, that means there's a lot of targets on their back, especially from Team Umbra, who have a beautiful spread coming through, but they need to be careful of the flank that could be Lusail Esports, as they also have it's just an angle versus angle. Everyone knows where each other is, and that means that this final fight is going to come down to, well, a coin toss, basically. It can go either way depending on who's going to take that initial engagement.
Yeah, you don't even need a protractor for this. You just need to rush forward and push. It is going to be a 3v3v3, as we can see. Everyone now just trying to secure their side of the zone, at least for the time being. But Shadowwind, ooh, he has quite a bit of firepower now working out in his favor there. But that doesn't mean much, because it is not going to be stopping those frag grenades as they're getting flung on over. Wasted getting traded off, Shadowwind getting traded off, and now it is down to PRZ and Storm, just lighting everything up with his with his M4 there. But PRZ now being put on a bit of a back foot, and this is a great opportunity now for the side here of Lusail to potentially try and come creeping up in towards the zone. Will they be able to get it done? We don't know, but a good distraction, at least for the time being, all thanks to PRZ trying to hold that position over on towards the eastern side.
Yeah, look, we said it. Coming down to that first engagement. And Team Umbra, unfortunately, the team that was the target for many of these angles that we're looking at. PRZ now are exposed. You go. Storm on an absolute tear as Slime 4KT find their 7th elimination. Now turning their sights on towards Lusail, who unfortunately positioned out because the smokes had to be popped just for them to find an angle here, DK.
Oh, yeah, but it's not over just yet. Lusail now having high ground. And that could be quite a favorable position to leverage, particularly in this stage of the game. But two of the players here from Slime 4KT also slightly up on the high ground. It is going to be a little bit more challenging now onto the side there of Aimer, as they know exactly where they are. So will we see those confirmations potentially coming through?
Ooh.
Watson now trying to sneak their way around as we can see those pixels being spotted. Watson still on the approach, making a little bit of noise. Plaza again with the reactions. That zone shifting down, and it has gone all the way down towards the southern section. So we are going to have to see Plaza and Storm rotate forward. But Watson trying to inch their way forward, sends out a beautiful nade, finds a bit of damage. The Molly also doing the deed. Is this going to be the one? Come on, Watson trying to close it up with a follow-up Molly. Oh, just overshoots, doesn't really find the position, but look at that Storm. A little bit open, beautiful play coming in from Watson, spotting a fantastic opportunity. Plaza now Wiggy's trying to do something to that health bar. He knows he's in a little bit of danger, but Aimer still holding strong all the way down towards the more southern position. But here we go, Watson now looking to close this one up. Chico, Boyka keeping a very watchful eye. Ready for the assist should it be needed. Plaza now caught in a really challenging position. I'm not quite sure whether or not Boyka and Chico are going to be looking to send these shots up in this direction. But up comes Watson as they now also try to advance a little bit further forward. Blue Zone is going to be bringing in some additional pressure here. It is going to be a showdown, but down goes Boyka, down goes Plaza. Now turns to Aimer, holding that position over on towards the southern side. Watson and Chico looking to push forward, moving up relatively close together. Are they going to be able to deal with Aimer coming in from behind the loot box? Boyka now also just trying to inch their way a little bit further forward. Those mollies coming out. The Blue Zone continuing to apply the pressure, forcing them to rotate forward out into the open. The mollies come in. So close to Aimer, not just secured just yet. Chico gets down. Oh, but look at this. Up comes the hits, and with that, Lusail step on in and claim their winner chicken dinner. Absolutely fantastic stuff. That is what we love to see. Of course, Lusail starting us off all the way in the first week of league play with that first chicken. And this time around, a little bit delayed, but at least still on the first day, on the second week of league play, picking up an absolutely fantastic winner chicken dinner once again.
Absolutely, and it came down to that first engagement, and they were the team to lie and waiting for the opportunity to take the game, to take the second Erangel of the day, and a fantastic performance to boot as well. But you really can't fault, I mean, the rest of the teams that we saw in those final zones, really proactive, in taking those eliminations, and they really made it work. I think that a lot of the teams are really placing a focus on trying to pick up as many of those points as possibly they can, and that's the best way to do it, is through eliminations, because your placements aren't always guaranteed. As we can see, some of the teams who really do shine, who really do well in getting those team wipes, like Virtual Gaming, position placements, they're not going to be guaranteed for you. Unfortunately, that's the only thing that is not guaranteed, is because anything can happen, especially with that zone shift that came through. It gave Team Umbra an opportunity, it gave Lusail an opportunity, and Slime4KT, they had to make their own. Running down that hill with that 2-2 split, they couldn't have done it better, but it was tough. It was tough.
Yeah, I mean, they found several challenges trying to lock that position in. And unfortunately, we did see the players there from Team Umbra getting sent back a little bit too early on, in my opinion. But that is unfortunately the way it goes, right? RNG comes in. It all comes down to how those rotations then make their way on through into those later phases. But we got to give credit where credit is due. Definitely some beautiful plays coming in. The players there from Lusail picking up that winner chicken dinner, and with that, accompanying it with those 5 eliminations. But we're going to have to wait and see how many points everyone else was able to bring on through. But definitely a really good match being played right here. And at least by this time, everyone has had their chance on the matches here today, so everyone should be relatively warmed up by this point. And of course, as we get a little bit closer towards that next match, this is where we're going to be having yet another team set out. But before we get into that, let's quickly jump into a few of the highlights, just to remind you of the action we saw right here on Erangel. Gotta say, Lusail looked so comfortable and so confident moving through that last zone. So it's fantastic to see the level of I won't say comfort, but confidence coming through from the teams, right? I mean, we've seen them step up across the board. Lusail with yet another chicken dinner over on towards Erangel. We'd like to see that now also happen on some of the other maps for them, you know, just to kind of add that to the belt. Say, all right, so 2 Erangel chickens done and dusted. Now we need 2 chickens on some other maps. Just for bragging rights, I guess. But definitely it is still going to be a constant back and forth with regards to those points. And speaking of which, let's hop over in towards our match ranking to see how many points these teams were able to bring in.
Look, it's going to be a fun one because we definitely had some surprises there towards the last couple of placements. And as we can see, talking about eliminations, you know, talking about those kill points. Look at this. Team Umbra picking up 11 eliminations, finding themselves on 21 points over and above, at least 1 point over and above the winner chicken dinner that we saw coming through from Lusail. So again, it's a wonderful way to pick up points. However, which way you do it, whether you focus on eliminations or you focus on placements, that's going to be up to you. And we are no stranger to the strategies that Team Umbra and Lusail did in the previous week. It was similar. You know, Lusail really looking for those placements, Umbra really looking for those eliminations. So fantastic work coming through. Slime 4KT hard on their heels with 19 points, and Virtual Gaming also picking up 10 eliminations. Oh, it's spicy.
I mean, they just hella aggressive, right? But and already we do see an improvement with the placement points coming through, you know, making a little bit of progress, trying to push it, trying to advance. And that is that's what it's all about, right? You just got to try and consistently be consistent. And that is where we see a lot of success come through. But of course, as we now take a quick look at our second page, it was a little bit of a tough run for the side there of Darkness and the plays coming in through from the young, super young stars. Of course, also SWAT 69 bringing in 1 point, putting it on the board. Triple Esports, YONKOUS, 1 million all still looking to bring those points in. With Mad Knight also stepping up, at least finding those 2 eliminations. But now they just got to look at fine-tuning it a little bit, right? You just need to get that breakthrough, just that absolutely fantastic performance to just throw your name up that leaderboard, and in doing so, stand another good chance to make it through up in towards that second super weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, none of these teams are strangers to those huge leaps that teams are able to do on the rankings page. We saw, you know, Zero Tolerance doing it in the league week. We saw Next Level doing it. We saw 1 million doing it on the super weekend. So still plenty of opportunities for these teams to really come through and consistently pick up those points. But slowly but surely, we are starting to paint a picture for the next super weekend. First day of the second league week coming through. We're getting towards, you know, that halfway point. So we've got 2 maps left on the first day. Lots of numbers that I just said, but ultimately it comes down to the teams ramping it up and getting to, you know, their best performance that they can actually throw ahead to get themselves some of that confirmation, to get themselves some of those buffer zones as they go through. Because as you know, every single day they have to sit out 1 match. That's 1 match where a team can really go crazy and really pick up some insane leaps.
Yeah, I mean, and there's nothing wrong with those leaps coming through. Speaking about leaps, of course, we are going to be hopping straight on over into our overall rankings. As we can see, Cryptics, G3 still sitting up towards the top there, just swapping places with Cryptics now just sitting 2 points up ahead there of G3. But Virtual Gaming hard on their heels, and they instead actually jumped up all the way from 11th place up in towards 3rd place. But it is still early in league play, and we're going to be seeing a lot of these changes come through, but it's great to see Virtual Gaming stepping up and looking at the amount of eliminations they've been able to bring in. They're sitting right up alongside the players there from Cryptics, with Cryptics obviously just a little bit further up ahead with more placement points. But Lusail also up in the mix on 24, Slime 4KT sharing the points as well as Zero Tolerance. That's what we love. And then also Team Umbra right there. So we got 4 teams sitting on 24 points.
Oh, you know what's fun? We also have 4 teams who have one extra map than the rest. So, I mean, Cryptics, they're sitting on 37 points now. They've got one more match to get as many points as they possibly can. Then, unfortunately, they have to sit back and watch the rest of the teams do what they do. So, it's going to be a fun one to see what that overall ranking is going to look like at the end of today. But also on the second page, some of the teams making a couple of shifts. As we said, Virtual Gaming jumped from this page over to the first page. So, all of a sudden, unfortunately, some other players might be finding themselves looking here saying, why are we here? What is happening? And Super Young Stars also currently, feeling a little bit of the brunt of the action, I would say, on the second page, but they're still finding themselves in 16th. We'll see, who the other 4 teams we have to look at, because they're the ones that have a little bit more of the pressure at the moment. Still some time, but some more pressure as well. But I like it. I think there's a good balance of eliminations, especially, Team Unique jumping out as those engagements that they do, really start. They find themselves some fantastic points, but it's not looking too bad, I would say.
Yeah, no, I have to agree with you. We can't fault anything at this stage. Everything is unfolding. Everyone's stepping up to the battlefield, and of course, now we just need to see these 4 teams here just yeet themselves back up. Right? We know that they can do that. We're just gonna have to wait and see when exactly that is gonna happen. And of course, as we move into our next match, it is going to be the final match coming through for the players there from Group A. And with that, also, we'll have the players then from Group B. If you were confused with what just happened, I am a mime. I'm really good at it, right? I can throw my face to look like someone else. That's just a skill that I've been working on over the years.
I don't think that's what mines do.
I'm a broadcast mime. It's a new thing that I came up with, right? So it's a really special skill, right?
Okay.
It takes quite a lot of practice to get it honed, and as you can see, I mean, I'm just good, right? But whatever. I'm just talking nonsense here. But, so far, they really being exciting. The team's looking to step it up, looking to apply the changes. And so far, again, nothing really looking anywhere remotely similar to what we had coming through from that first week of league play. And one thing that, however, is similar, one thing that is the same, is our shout out going straight over towards Oppo. So be sure with the upgrade performance and upgrade fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG, Mobile, Middle East, and Africa esports in 2022. Now, on that, we are going to be transitioning over into another break, getting ourselves ready for our 4th match. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back with a little bit more of that Sanhok action. Hello and welcome back. Here we are hopping straight up into the action. I mean, we're so excited to get into the action. You're not even going to see our faces because it's action time. It is map time. It is time for Sanhok. And of course, it is also going to be the final match for the players coming in there from Group A. So it is going to be the players from Cryptics. And I forgot the rest of the team names, but either way, we'll get it. We'll get it. It's going to be the players from Cryptics, Darkness, as well as the players there from Team Umbra, and then yeah, you know, it's going to be continuously changing. That's what we love to see. The teams mixing it up, the numbers being mixed up as well. Mad Knight also going to be having their final run on this game, so they're going to have to make that push to see how many points they are able to bring on through. And of course, speaking about points, that big round point is going to be situating itself up on towards that northwestern side. If you're not familiar with what I was referring to, it is the zone, that lovely zone. And looking at where it's going, this is going to be quite an exciting one because Northwestern Island is quite challenging to play.
Yeah, a little bit similar to what we saw in that previous Sanhok. I mean, obviously water, you know, taking over majority of the space that these teams have to work with. And of course, a little bit of hot drops coming through. Nothing too surprising on Sanhok. We love a little bit of hot drops coming through. And this time it's going to be Darkness and SWAT 69 finding each other. Twix, immediately confirmed thanks to Momin. And Darkness looking to start off on a little bit of a high note here. SWAT 69, we know, has a little bit of that added pressure. They want to pick up those points and get as many points as possible because they want and they need to get into the next super weekend. But that's going to all start here with Darkness. Atlendo now having to make a bit of a rotation if they want to get involved into this one. But I don't know. I think for SWAT 69, this could be an opportunity to put their best foot forward on Sanhok.
Well, new best foot, best approach, best strategy, whichever one they want to bring forth, they can do that right now. But they have to act quickly because they're giving the players there from Darkness an opportunity to try and reset. So at this point, SWAT has two options. Either reposition a little bit further down towards that southern side and try and get out of Painan, or just dial up the aggression and just rush straight through in towards Darkness. I do think they are going to go for the former instead of the latter, but we'll have to wait and see which one it will be. For the time being also, next level, looking to bring in the aggression a little bit more as they are going toe-to-toe with Slime 4KT all the way over in towards the ever-lovely Camp Alpha. We have positioned up on towards this northwestern island. So this could be a very important position, particularly the high ground. The top of the mountain we have just over on towards that eastern side, and we see Plaza already situated up there as he's now just you know, scanning down, looking to bring in a little bit of that overwatch and having a little bit of a misfire, but at least good to see that there's a scope on that weapon as well, because iron sighting from here, that's a challenge.
Pranzo, of course, looking for Allah, who's just hiding in the bushes there. But yeah, look, Slime 4KT, they're riding on the momentum of that previous game. They want to continue, and this time they would love for it to be a winner-winner chicken dinner. But that's going to start here with Next Level, who similarly also need to get themselves some points here because I think that's just the story for everyone. I'm going to stop saying it. But yeah, everyone wants points, and everyone needs to have a good start onto this last Sanhok of the day. So far, Next Level not looking too healthy with 2 players down. They've at least gotten 1 confirmation there onto Slime 4KT, who are still, though, applying quite a bit of pressure, especially with Gaddafi and Unknown. Unfortunately, not together. And to try and get together, you have to go through the Overwatch, as you mentioned, which is quite a scary thought to look at. But I think, you know, we've got a good spread of teams. There's some points for contention, as you saw. You know, some hot drops that happened. SWAT 69, Darkness, and now, of course, we can see Slime 4KT in Next Level. So this is really just expected. You know, Sanhok was crazy. This one's going to be crazy. Tomorrow's going to be even more crazy with more Sanhoks coming through. So I just love it. I think it's good chaos. Good change of pace for some of these teams.
Yeah, but seeing that we were talking about Overwatch, of course, the players here from SWAT 69, they will now have to bring in a bit of a counter-strike to stop the advances here from the side of Darkness. And really alongside with that, of course, bring in a really global offensive if they are looking to make it as far up into this match as they possibly can. But will they be able to fight back? As we can see now, Albir Sabira, they're getting pinned right there in the corner. Manuel going to be looking to close it up. And, oh, just a quick reposition. But up comes another player. So drop shots are getting pulled off. And unfortunately, we will not see that counter being brought in by the side of Darkness.
Okay. So, you know, SWAT 69, unfortunately for them, can be sent back to the lobby once again. I think similarly, they got taken out, you know, early in the previous Erangel. So they've had a little bit of bad luck coming through into this one. We'll see how they change it up into the last map or maybe tomorrow. But yeah, no, fantastic work here for Darkness. They're starting off with some 4 eliminations. Really an opportunity to carry this further, because they are in Painan, right on the edge of that zone. Good rotation for them. And speaking of rotations, actually, this is really where it's going to come through. As you know, quite a few of the teams finding themselves there towards that eastern side, even the southern side, like Myth all the way by Sami, like Team Umbra all the way by Camp Bravo. But rotations also mean a little bit of something different on Sanhok. Much quicker and also much more chaotic because the space is very limited. And I think, yeah, for some of the rotations we're seeing, I don't know. I feel like that Western Island is just going to be absolutely crazy.
It could. I mean, there's quite a few challenging angles to try and cover there, but we see several teams now just moving in. And this is where Next Level will have to be very cautious, right? Because not only do they have to worry about Slime 4KT who's over on towards the western side, but all the other teams now moving up on towards the mountains we see positioned towards the east. And speaking about the east, over in the east towards the bridge, we do see the players here from Cryptics finding themselves in a bit of a spot, because we've got Virtual Gaming now looking to also advance their way a little bit closer in that direction. Also now spotting out those rotations coming in towards the players here from Cryptics as they are just looking to regroup themselves and coming in with a 2-2 split, trying to cover as many of those angles as they possibly can. Of course, there's no immediate need or immediate threat being posed for teams having to try and pull off those rotations, but some rather preemptive decisions being made here.
Yeah, and this is a fun one because this is currently, you know, our first team, Cryptics, versus our third team on the overall rankings from League Week so far. So it would be an opportune moment here for Virtual Gaming, maybe to take out a little bit of that competition and really start sort of just, honestly, just giving them an opportunity to go into Super Weekend as best as they could, because then they can be on top of the lobby, might be finding themselves in a little bit more of a concrete position. And I would love to see that highlight coming through for them. But speaking of a few highlights, we do see 1 Million Esports just spotting a few pixels there towards G3 Temper, and potentially an opportune moment there for them to hold the line and do a couple of damages, you know, like a little eliminations sprinkled on top. We'll see how that's going to come through. But zone rotations now definitely going to be the key focus for many of the teams, as we can see on the minimap here, especially YONKOUS and Blackjack Esports.
Yeah, a little bit of a... as I saw in the chat, someone say that they are sipping the juice. We'll go with the blue juice that they are sipping here. Not quite sure why they're spending so much time in the blue, but it is at least that first phase, so they can afford to spend a little bit of time here sipping juice, right? But they can't have all the juice because they have to rotate back in towards zone, and there's nothing more uncomfortable than, you know, doing some excessive moves with quite a bit weighing your tummy down. So definitely hoping to see those rotations come through sooner than later. Also, we know Blue Zone does tend to get quite brutal, but of course Blackjack themselves are going to be looking to get a little bit of brutality brought on towards Havlik as he now steps up to welcome them and gets the first knock pulled off, and pulls up the second one. Down he goes though. Fortunately, as Zane comes in for a quick bit of a rescue there, but unfortunately they were looking for too much juice, and YONKOUS, they were looking to keep it all to themselves, and with that, sending the players there from Blackjack right back up in towards the lobby. Now, of course, the teams still having to make those plays up in towards the zones. We can see the players there from Zero Tolerance now pushing up along that more northern approach. Of course, Umbra following suit in a very similar way. But down south, we got Darkness, we got Myth, we got the players there from the Masters, as well as YONKOUS, we have on screen as well, having quite a bit of rotation still up ahead of them.
I just want you to know I was sipping on my water through that entire analogy, so I thought you could see my screen, but I was a little worried there, but it's fine. YONKOUS going to make their rotations. As you mentioned, Masters have to make their rotations, and all throughout the blue zone, other than Myth, they're the only teams that still have to find a little bit of safety, but we can see rotations, as we know, Sanhok, pretty quick. We'll see how it ends up happening. Again, Western Island looking absolutely contested. I can't even imagine the Skittles pack that's happening here. But same can be said for that Eastern Island, where we can find Virtual Gaming alongside Team Umbra right next to Zero Tolerance, with Cryptics looking down their scopes for them. So some absolutely crazy contention that can happen here. But I don't know, Team Umbra right now in quite a bit of a dangerous situation here, because they're the ones that are under the pressure here. They're the ones that need to find a little bit of, opportunity to get out, to alleviate the pressure that's being applied by 2 teams, maybe 3, if Zero Tolerance get involved.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely where you don't want to be in the position that Umbra's in, because Virtual Gaming, we saw already, they are super aggressive, and they've been proving that so far in our first games leading up to this match. But Cryptics also, we know they just perched over on towards that bridge, so it could hamper a few of these plays coming through. But Petrox and the rest of the players here from the side of Virtual Gaming are going to be looking to just make their way a little bit closer on towards Umbra, with Shadowin just trying to send out those grenades, trying to stop those advances. The mollies come out, the smoke grenades come out, anything except for the kitchen sink. Of course, it is tied down for the time being. But here we have now Umbra looking to defend their position. The first one comes through as one shot, lands the head onto what Shadowin is up now to Wasted and Morteza to try and keep it all together. It's going to be a 2v4 push in favor of Virtual Gaming. Let's see, will they be able to pull this one off for the time being? Just dipping, diving, and dodging around the utilities, getting sent in their direction. But there we go. Umbra starting to make a bit of a stand here as they pick up the first knock. Or Wasted trying to push up the opposite end. But down he goes as Zeus comes thundering around that corner. Just beautiful strafing. But now it is down to Morteza to try and maybe close this one off. Let's see, will Morteza pull it? Ah, so close. Oh, picks up 2. Come on. Will he be able to get it though? The pressure continuing to build, but down they go. Petrox, new name. Petrox stepping up, and with that, putting an end to the play for Umbra, at least in this match. And of course, over on towards the western side, it is going to be Intruder up against Slime4KT.
Oh, an Intruder unfortunately losing out on at least one player for the time being. But now it's even Stevens. Intruder and Slime4KT find themselves on a 3v3 situation here, with Pronto very close to Weiss, looking to say hello, how's it going, and maybe potentially exchange a couple of nades. Not numbers just yet, but we'll start with nades. As it looks though, that zone going to be closing on out, and now the shift is going to happen towards that eastern side. So now all of the teams that made that investment towards the Western Island have to make the rotation, and they have to do so through a team like Cryptics that have perfect purview of what's happening around them. Same can be said here for Myth and G3, who have found each other in not the way that G3 would have wanted, as they get sent right back to the lobby, but we're officially in placement point territory.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that shift, I can just hear in my mind the players there from Cryptics coming in with like that sinister laugh, right? Similar to that almost, because they have that position towards the bridge. We can see Marshall and Senke now just venturing over, trying to see if they can lock things in from the western side. And then of course we got Carry Boy and El Chapo positioned over on towards the eastern side. So a bit of an interesting decision being made there, but it does seem like Senke and Marshall will, of course, just quickly rotating across to go fetch something instead of committing to being positioned on towards that side. But now it's going to come down to how they are able to hold on to these positions, because with 12 teams still left in this game, it is going to be a pretty tough one. And what's also going to be pretty tough is going to be the rotation, or the botation rather, coming through for the entirety of the players here for the Masters.
I like this though. They could potentially pull up right beside or alongside, depending on how you want to go. My brain just put them together, right alongside Slime4KT, and there's a potential for them to take that even further, obviously, into the zone and really take advantage of that northern side of the island. So this might be an interesting one. Just please make it. Firstly, we've seen what these long rotations can do to people, and we're only 3 layers deep, but still, let's not see Masters getting taken out by the blue zone today. Still 12 teams remaining. Unfortunately, Intruders next level not looking too healthy with those duos still into this one, and they still need to make their rotations. Very clustered rotations alongside Slime4KT and 1 Million Esports, who are all looking for a little bit of space here that is still left on the Western Island in the zone.
Yeah, there's not a lot of options really, but the team's still not gonna be throwing in the towel. They are gonna be looking to just apply all strategies that they can come up with at this point. And I mean, it's a challenge. We've got one of the players here from the side of Mad Knights, just holding out there on the edge, as we can see, and Slime moving in next level, just hanging about. The players there from Masters Esports also rotating in from that western side. We've got Intruder also just fighting it out with the Blue Storm, trying to find a good approach into the zone once again. And 1 million, they're looking pretty excited to be on this side of the zone, as we can see them now just trying to make their way on through. Yeah, that's of course not doing. They're using the trick there where it quiets up those footsteps, but still a good approach as they've now come in with that 2-2 split. So this could be quite a satisfying play, potentially coming through from 1 million.
Oh, absolutely. They might be finding down. I was going to say they might be finding themselves in a great position, but that zone pulling towards that eastern side now does mean the Cryptics and Zero Tolerance, alongside maybe Virtual Gaming and Mad Knight, will be the first teams to actually take control of that zone shift first. So that's an opportunity for them to, of course, set up. And Masters still trying to find an angle into zone. As you can see, a couple of knocks, unfortunately, going their way right alongside Slime 4KT. So some very fun rotations, especially when you look at that southern zone. But look at this, 1 million, next level. They found themselves, and unfortunately, we also found next level in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, Agent 47 didn't have a lot of options with a 1v4 play coming in there. Oh, well, sorry, Agent 47 is still alive. I mean, the last player that we had left there
From next level,
for the side of next level, yes. But well, because I saw Agent 47,
Yeah, no,
so
I
I
did the same.
automatically moved him to another team,
Transfers
right?
coming in, of course, yeah.
Yes. We just do it like that. But speaking about transfers, though, they are going to have to transfer themselves across that bridge because there's definitely not a lot of options. But before 1 million even consider rotating, they first hit a few shots over in towards the side there of Slime 4KT. And now it is down to Plaza to try and hold up the front line, or the only line that's kind of left for them to try and utilize here. But of course, being so close to zone but not being able to reach it just yet, that must be absolutely devastating. But of course, over on towards the opposite end of zone, a little bit further down towards the southern edge, things are also starting to heat up. So we've got the players there from Cryptics, we've got Darkness, we've got the players there from Virtual Gaming looking to move in, and then over towards Sanhok, we've got Zero Tolerance now just descending down upon the players they had in their vicinity and just bringing in those eliminations.
Of course, this is where it absolutely gets chaotic. It is Sanhok. It is 11 teams still remaining into this one, and it's 11 teams that are trying to find a space to work with in the zone. 1 million, unfortunately, not going to be joining the rest as they get taken out, and we can see 4KT and YONKOUS down to 1 member each. Of course, Masters, they made that rotation, that super long rotation, and still find themselves with 3 players remaining. Now, looking at Team Myth, who are trying to cross the bridge in safety, but they would have to do so through Intruders, who are down to the duo. Now, of course, they still find themselves in the zone, and unfortunately, they might be finding a little bit of a sandwich going through here, because Hemo is behind them. I'm not sure if that's that might come to fruition, but we'll see how that was going to go through. I don't know. The zone shift going to come, and Zero Tolerance, Virtual Gaming.
Yeah.
Happy times for them.
Yeah, but of course, there's still a bit of a challenge coming through there, as we can see Cryptics now just inching their way a little bit closer to the edge of that zone. The Masters, the players there from Masters Esports, rather, having a little bit more of a challenging play. Ban getting knocked right on down. It is now up to Bamboo to try and rock it out and push as far up in towards that zone as they can. Meanwhile, the players there from the side of Intruder Africa also now getting sent on back. And well, it's down to our final 9 teams. We still have Plaza positioned up north, but here we go. Cryptics now looking to see if they can reach all the way back towards the players here from Darkness, who are still to rotate on up, but all those barrels just pointing in the same direction. Such a beautiful team effort coming in from the side of Cryptics.
Absolutely. You can see the numbers on Darkness side just dropping. The health bars aren't looking too great either, and all of a sudden Darkness down to 1 member, down to nothing as they get taken out. And of course, this is an opportune moment here for Zero Tolerance, for Virtual Gaming, and for Cryptics, who are the only teams still with all of their members alive and close, at least almost in the zone. So looking at that, Slime for KT and Plaza, the solo and the last remaining hopeful, they're trying to hold the line alongside Mad Knight, who might pull up and maybe take Plaza out for, you know, a little bit of a journey back to the lobby. But still, 7 teams remaining, and Virtual Gaming now applying the pressure back to Cryptics.
Yeah, and this is what we love to see. I mean, Virtual Gaming really now in the contention here to keep on pushing for a potentially strong finish. Already making it up into top 7. But now look at the sprays coming through here. Alphalugi not managing to find those hits. The recoil a little bit challenging at any distance, I guess. But here we have now Alphalugi keeping a very watchful eye there on Marshall. Just waiting for them to budge so the shots can come through. Of course, now we can see Cryptics starting to smoke it up so we can have Marshall potentially rotating up to alongside the team. But Cryptics still not finding a position in the zone. The only 2 teams we have in zone is Zero Tolerance and Virtual Gaming.
Oh, this is absolutely crazy. Now, Cryptics finding themselves in a little bit of an awkward rotation, because which way do they go? Do they go towards Zero Tolerance? Do they go towards Virtual Gaming? Now, looking at it, they might start it off here with taking out Plaza instead as they head a little bit more towards that northern side. Now, Plaza nading. Oh, this could be huge. If the connection is there, Cryptics might be finding a little bit of a surprise, and Carry Boy definitely found a little bit of something, and it's not something he likes. Now that blue zone coming through for the confirmation does mean Carry Boy will be getting taken out, especially with Zero Tolerance actually getting involved there. So Cryptics finding themselves in a sandwich that they don't like. They don't like the sandwich. They don't like the toppings. They don't like the fillings. They do not like the bread that is Virtual Gaming, but maybe a little bit of toasting might make it a little bit more, you know, palatable to what they can do.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they wouldn't like the taste of that either, as we see now Mad Knight also getting devoured by the blue zone there. But look at the plays that are coming through from Zero Tolerance. They're starting to expand their position within the zone as Forgetina also gets sent back, and the pressure continues to be put onto the players from Virtual Gaming. The zone now shifting up in favor of Zero Tolerance. Cryptics facing quite a bit of a challenge here, having to try and find their way into this next phase. Marshall going to be keeping the focus all the way over on towards Zeus. That blue zone is going to start closing up within the next few moments. We can see that counter just ticking away. But Hate and the rest of the players here coming in from the side of Zero Tolerance, they are going to be looking to get themselves set up to just absolutely demolish the competition. But Zeus, I don't think Zeus is going to start budging just yet. He might try and just pick off a few hits, but look at that. Hate trying to get up onto the high ground, spots out Senka in the process. El Chapo right there up alongside him comes through with a quick retaliation. Now it is down to Vortex, Skydo, and of course Lord to hold up the front line. Will they be able to stand a chance as Cryptics now start rushing on forward, just dipping their toes in the blue before pushing back again? Here comes Marshall. Here comes El Chapo. Oh, down goes Marshall. It is now down to El Chapo. But of course, Zeus, as I said, is going to be coming in with being quite a bit of a thorn in the side here, just tapping away before getting taken out by the blue. Oh, El Chapo under fire. Lord ceasing the engagement. Oh, but there we go. That's what we wanted. A beautiful follow through, a Zero Tolerance step up and claim the winner chicken dinner. The smiles we see on their faces there, I'm pretty sure we can see it on their faces right now. I'm just imagining it. They should be so pleased. But what a beautiful chicken dinner that was coming in there for the side of Zero Tolerance. And I mean, just looking at how they played that phase, they made it so challenging for the teams. And I mean, the strategy is really working out so great in favor there of Zero Tolerance.
Exactly, and it's the break that they've really needed, right? We said, you know, they didn't do badly, whatsoever. You know, they also were one of the teams to make a huge leap in the first league from 20th to 10th, and they're going to start it off with a fantastic game here on our last Sanhok of the first day. So for them, they're picking up some fantastic points. They're getting themselves really set and prepped for, you know, the last match and of course tomorrow. So a good start for them coming through, and I think we've gradually seen this change from them coming through for the entirety of today. You know, they've been closely getting towards that top 5. They've been closely, you know, making sure they're getting those team eliminations quite early on and then take that through. So great consistency coming through from them. And I think that overall ranking is going to be very interesting when we take a look at it later. But for Cryptics, as their last match of the day, couldn't have asked for a better, you know, I guess they could have asked for a winner with chicken dinner, but second place will have to do for now. Either way, they're going to pick up some great points. And again, I think that they should be quite pleased. You know, we should be
Yeah.
alright.
Yeah, it's not as a devastating performance as we saw last week, but that tells me something, right? The teams coming into this first day of league play in the second week really looking to bring several changes to the battlefield. And I mean, so far it has been pretty evident looking at how the teams have been performing over the past 4 matches. So some beautiful action already making its way through. And with that, as we've said before, it is now, that was the last match coming in for the players from Group A. So it is Group B, C, D, and E still having now to still wrap up their final match of the day, and we could still see a few changes coming in on that battlefield. But speaking about changes, we also have to take a quick look to see a few highlights coming in from this past match. And I gotta say, well, this one was a pretty challenging one. That zone really committing over towards that western side and then just yeeting itself back over on towards the east. But, well, let's have a look at the highlights to see just a few of those amazing plays. I was almost a bit worried there because I mean we saw that spray come through right on N and then they stopped and it's like, oh wait, hang on, there's more movement. Continued and brought in that winner chicken dinner. Absolutely beautiful, fantastic performance coming in there for the players there from the side of Zero Tolerance. And you know, again, just setting up such a beautiful foundation coming into the second week. But of course, speaking about foundations, we need to take a look and see what the match rankings look like, how many points the teams were able to secure in this last match.
And it was a fantastic match for Zero Tolerance, picking up those 24 points with those 9 eliminations, just leading the pack in every which way and form. Of course, Cryptics not far behind them with those 19 points. And Virtual Gaming, a team that's really been showing their aggression and their proactive decisions coming through for today. And they're picking up 15 points again. And I remind you, they were currently finding themselves in third place last time we took a look at the overall rankings. So they're racking in some points. And the last team, of course, to pick up those double digits is Team Myths. So fantastic work overall for everyone looking at the match rankings in Sanhok.
Yeah. And then, of course, as we look onto the second page, it was a little bit of a tough run coming in there for the side of Team Umbra and Blackjack, as well as SWAT 69. Not quite sure why. You know, we saw these teams getting taken out so early on. A few mistakes being made out in the blue zone, but it's fine. It's okay. It's only the first day. Things can still be rectified. But G3 also coming in with a 1 point there. Next level coming in with a 2 points too on the board. And that is what we like to see. The points still being brought in. 1 million, of course, sitting on those 4 points. We'd like to see several more points instead for all the teams. But, well, we can't have everything we want. So we'll have to wait and see what the teams are able to bring in as they continue forward. And, of course, how these match rankings are then going to be impacting the overall leaderboard.
And we can take a look at it right now. So, I mean, we said it, we found Virtual Gaming in third place. So, after that Sanhok game, they might be finding themselves in something else. But Zero Tolerance as well made a huge stance. So, as we take a look at it, overall rankings, where do we see that? So, a little bit of a spoiler. We can see Super Young Stars at the end, but it's fine. We'll come back to it. I don't know, DK. I think we had quite an opportunity for many of these teams to really make a splash, especially with the addition of Sanhok coming into this one.
Yeah, but there were some great opportunities, and as we saw in a Super Weekend, for instance, teams showing some great aggression over on Sanhok, really looking to close a few gaps with that. And now that they've got so many Sanhoks to utilize, I think there's going to be a few gaps that are going to be stopped and a few new potential gaps that might be created.
Yeah, no, I think it's an opportunity. Again, we saw how some of the teams were doing on Miramar, and we saw a little bit of a I guess a teaser of the overall rankings. So we'll take a look at them a little bit later as well. But I think I don't know, the close quarter combats just really seem to shine for some of these teams, like Virtual Gaming, who find themselves so aggressive in taking these engagements. And I do think it's an opportunity for them to really start piling on the points this week. And as we go through the weeks, as these map rotations, start to change up, we'll see some teams, really capitalizing on like your Miramars or your Sanhoks, and some teams unfortunately falling victim to that. And then because of that, we see a very beautiful spread of teams filtering in and out of that super weekend, which makes the competition so tough. And it makes it so fun. But here we go. Overall rankings, Cryptics still finding themselves in that #1 spot.
Yeah, sitting on a very comfortable 56, closing off their day at the top of the leaderboard. But there's still another opportunity for Zero Tolerance, Virtual Gaming, as well as the players, as we can see on the leaderboard, aside from Darkness, who also now participated in their final match of the day. And the same is pretty much the situation over on towards the second page. But first page, some really strong numbers coming through here. We can see the teams already finishing quite some way up towards breaking up into those 100 points potentially tomorrow. So, they did set the standard last week of making it all the way up towards, 170 points. So 56 for the time being. It's a good approach. It could maybe get them close to somewhere there once again. But as we look down, it's good to see the players there from Slime 4KT also being represented here. We got Virtual Gaming, as we've pointed out, really stepping up their plays in comparison to what we saw coming through from last week. But as we see on the lower end of that leaderboard, it is going to be a few teams still having to put in a bit of work. YONKOUS sitting up in that 9th place. Of course, we got Triple Esports, Masters Esports, Unique, Mad Knight up in 14th. So definitely good to see the teams from last week still looking to continue to advance up the leaderboard.
Yeah, especially the teams who didn't get into that first super weekend, making a bit of a statement and slowly but steadily climbing that leaderboard. So now the last page, I mean, those are the teams that are going to go into this last match, hopefully with a fantastic start. Otherwise, they'll have to come back tomorrow just with that little added pressure in the back of their mind saying, okay, last stage for us to get points. But I do think it's been an overall improvement with many of the teams. I mean, even that first page, only 2 of the teams we see on that first page have played all their matches. The rest still have one more map to play. So again, that threshold of competition we keep talking about. We saw the top heavy rankings last week. This time, as you can see, a little bit more spread out, a little closer, which means the competition is only getting better.
Yeah, and of course, we'd love to see the players there from SWAT 69 also just dialing it in a little bit more. They still have one more match to go, so hopefully that could be the one in which we see them bring in a few of those placement points. So, only time will tell whether or not they are going to be doing exactly that. But of course, before we go anywhere, we want to give a big shout out to Monster as well, our Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So great to have everyone involved. And of course, we are now going to be prepping ourselves for that final match. But before we get there, we have to take a quick break while we get everything set and sorted right back over on Erangel. So stay tuned, and we'll see you right back after the break. what would you say is your number one tip for a beginner?
Number one tip for a beginner, the way that I learned how to play the game professionally is just to watch people that were better than me. But number one is just to not panic and take everything as slow as you can and take it step by step.
All right. Now, in the PMCO Africa, it was some pretty tough competition. Now, as we move into the PMPL Africa spring split, would you say is your strongest competition?
The strongest competition, that's actually a tough one because it depends on the map. But I would say, talking out from like a descriptional form, I would say Cryptics would be the strongest competition there because they already have experience in the PUBG.
Okay. Now, looking back at a few of the performances we saw, of course, coming through in the PMCO itself, right? Erangel, Miramar, those were some of the stronger maps that we saw coming in for you. And what would you say has changed in the meantime? Can we expect to see that kind of same consistency coming through now on towards Sanhok as well? Or where are we kind of with that situation?
I would say, looking forward to the maps, there is definitely improvement. And Sanhok is definitely one to watch out for because we worked quite a rotation and strategy for it. Miramar, it's still the same, just a little bit more rotational wise center. And Erangel, we all know Africans love it. It's our bread and butter.
Now, speaking of bread and butter, I've got an interesting question for you, right? If what would you say would your finisher move be called if Intruder Africa were a character in Mortal Kombat?
To be honest, I don't know the game as much, unfortunately. But as a finisher, that's a tough one. You know that ice guy? I can't remember his name. He always had a lovely finisher with the ice spear going through the head. That's I've got an image of that actually in my head now as a finisher.
So very similar to Sub-Zero.
Yes, Sub-Zero, that's the name.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. Of course, this is our first day in the second week of league play, and also we are making our way into our last match of the day, heading right over on towards Erangel to see what teams are going to be bringing in, as Potato said there, on the bread and butter map. Now, they said it is one of their stronger matches, or stronger maps rather, to be playing on. So now it all comes down to us to see how exactly they are going to be stepping up to the challenge, as this is going to be their final match as well. So a little bit hopeful here to see those performances come through, and we are getting ready now to just transition our way on towards the play. Now, we were talking about being hopeful. Is anything we'd like to see coming into this match?
I do want to see Intruder picking it up. I do want to see them, really piling on the points. Because as we know, one of the teams that didn't make it into Super Weekend, one of the teams I really want to see in Super Weekend. I want to see them really duking it out in that absolute gauntlet of maps. But it's going to start off with the flight path, of course, coming through from Stalber all the way to Military Base. So once again, a little bit of a change up with the flight path.
Well, a change is as good as a holiday, but I'm pretty sure no one here is looking to go on a holiday just yet. Of course, well, they are going to be bringing in the actions. We can see we've got 4 teams that wrapped up their games for the day. The rest of the lobby now concluding it with this final one here. And I'm curious to see where the zone's going to be going, because we had that first one far south. Well, more south than anything else. And then we had our second one moving a little bit more towards that western side, finishing right there on the foothills of Everest. And now it's up on the table, right? It can swing either which way coming into this last match. If we know anything, looking back at last week, it could maybe be another southern one. But, of course, we are aiming for north or the east or west or even smack dab center. Anywhere would be quite satisfactory.
Except for south, right? That's what you were going to say.
I'll tell you now. There we go. Now I can speak because the zone came in, right? I've learned that you don't say I don't want it to go there. You just say I'd like it to go there or there, because when you say
Somewhere
I
else.
don't, that's where it goes.
Well, the zone maybe heard your prayers. So as we're going to be heading through to the western side of Erangel, we do see quite a bit of a spread coming through here. Many teams, unfortunately, finding themselves shoulder to shoulder, as we can see with YONKOUS and Zero Tolerance coming through into this one. And once again, we see the Skittles pack there towards Farm for some reason. We've got Triple Esports, SWAT 69, and of course the players there from G3 Temper finding themselves all close and personal. I mean, even now, Triple Esports making their rotation right into Super Young Stars. So that's going to be a little bit of a fun one. Oh, this is what happens with Skittle packs.
Yeah, it could even be a little bit of Smarties as well. We're not quite sure which one it is, whether they are candy-coated chocolate or candy-coated sweets. It could be either which of those, but definitely a good start here for the side of SWAT 69. One of the teams I said I'd like to see them bring in a few more points coming into this final match of the day. And of course, in doing so, they could make things a little bit more comfortable for themselves coming into tomorrow's games. So a little bit of pressure there, no stress. But now, if we look all the way down towards the southern side, we do see the players here from Masters Esports as well as Next Level just making their way through the military base. It doesn't seem like they are going to be looking to contest with each other for this position. Each side respecting the opposite end of the military base there. And as we know, there's some pretty decent loot here. Enough for both these teams to get themselves looted up before rotating back up in towards that zone.
And I think for Next Level and Masters, it's a little bit of a change up from the Super Weekend to have a new familiar face on the military island, which is of course Intruders, who we are looking towards to see what they can bring into this one. And rotations will definitely be a little bit fun as we take a look at that southern part of the zone, with SWAT 69 and Super Young Stars being right close and personal to potentially hold the line. But ultimately, it's not looking too bad. We do see G3 Temper, picking up a little bit of damage there towards Triple Esports, who might be flung out of cars for a little bit, but we'll see how that one's going to end up. Either way, this is what comes down to those rotations. As we saw, those Skittle packs, the Smarties, whatever you want to call them, it's what happens. Unfortunately, you might be finding yourself alone and isolated, and unfortunately at the hand of mercy as the first couple of eliminations that come through. But still, 16 teams left. Nothing crazy just yet. Everyone's just trying to find a little bit of a spot in the zone, which, I mean, ultimately, the only team we really see towards that western side is Lusail.
Yeah, they are far on the western side, but of course they drop up in towards North George, so they made sure to get to their usual position, and we've seen that be pretty consistent for them whenever they are on the map here of Erangel. Regardless of where the flight path is, they managed to find a way to make it all the way up in towards the loot spot, which, there's nothing wrong with that. And all they got to do now is just prep themselves for the teams that could potentially be incoming. But we could also see that zone moving a little bit closer on towards Everest once again, as Everest, at least for the time being, is going to be smack dab center zone. Intruder, however, are going to be one of the teams on the far opposite end of that map, all the way across in towards the Novo crates. And yeah, those rotations should be coming through within some time, hopefully before the blue zone catches up with them. But I'm curious to see what their rotational path is going to be, because if they move north over that eastern bridge, they could potentially find G3 along the way. If they head directly west at first, trying to cross over towards that western bridge, they could potentially be bumping into the players there from Masters, as well as potentially Next Level up in towards zone.
Yeah, this is the aspect that a lot of teams unfortunately have to consider with these rotations coming through, as we had, quite a sort of a western migration with teams now trying to find an angle into this one. So Triple Esports already finding themselves there towards Quarry, Super Young Stars moving up into Quarry as well from the southern end of Primorsk. So still opportunities for them to be safe. But then when you turn your attention to Yasnaya Poliana, you've got Virtual Gaming, you've got Blackjack Esports, 1 million, Slime 4KT, all vying for position with similar pathing that they have to take into zone, and not a lot of options really to work with. And zone slowly but surely moving on in, so we'll see how they sort of manage the expectations that are going to be set upon them. But again, I do like that there's some respect going around here. There's not been any too crazy contentions, you know. There's obviously been Triple Esports that have been hunted down a little bit by both G3 and I think it was SWAT 69, but it hasn't been too crazy. I mean, ultimately, I think this is really where the teams try to hunker down and maybe play it a little bit more calculated, because they want to pick up as many points as they can in the last map and set themselves up as much of a buffer zone coming back into tomorrow, because, you know, you want a little bit of a, I guess, a safety net. You want a little bit of alleviation from that pressure into the final day, because everyone wants to come back for Super Weekend. It's not just the winner chicken dinners, you know, which are juicy, by the way. They've got $500, you know, sprinkled on top. They're very juicy. But it's also picking up the points to get you into finals. So it's crucial. It's very, very crucial.
It's essential for these teams to make their way up into Super Weekend, because that's kind of just how, you know, the PUBG Mobile Pro League works. And of course, Nacho is going to be sprinkling a little bit of cheese on top there as he moves up and picks up that elimination, adding a few more points to the board. That, of course, being at the cost there of the players just all around them. And Intruders really having a little bit of a tough rotation. We do see Rauf already finding that gap on through, but now we got to look to see what the rest of the team will do. Meanwhile, Gaddafi is going to be making it a little bit difficult for the side here of G3. I mean, I understand why G3 were hanging around in this region, waiting to see who will be rotating up from that southern island. But now it is a strategy that's slowly starting to turn on them potentially. So they have to now try and get themselves relocated, because if they get stuck in this fight for a little bit too long, those later rotations might get even more difficult.
Oh, absolutely. Especially with Intruders just on the high rise looking to get involved and get a bit of revenge. It's going to be fun. It's definitely going to be fun. But as we take a look inside the zone, what actually has occurred is that we do have, you know, the likes of 1 million, Team Unique. And I believe that's G3, not G3 Temper, but another team that looks like 1 million just towards the bottom with, just so many teams. It's Skittle Packs, obviously, if I'm taking a look at it. But Virtual Gaming is involved. Zero Tolerance is just alongside them. It's going to be fun. And again, what do you do when you get out of your car? You're going to have to take a look at 3 or 4 other teams. They find themselves in zone, so that means they've got a little bit of extra time to work with. But again, it's going to get crazy towards those later zones when those shifts come through.
Yeah, and I've got a feeling that Zero Tolerance, not Zero Tolerance, rather, the players there from Virtual Gaming might be looking to push up on towards Everest once again, right? We are seeing, as you said, that Skittles pack coming in, being ripped open as everyone is just spread out, particularly up in towards that northern side, but it's still quite a bit of a congestion coming in on towards the southern side as well. We got the players here from SWAT 69, now having the players from Masters Esports rotating up alongside them. We have the players here from Unique up in towards the north, right behind the team there from Virtual Gaming, who's, of course, heading straight up towards Everest. And I can't really fault them for that. It is smack dab center zone.
Yeah.
Now, what's going to be interesting is Triple Esports moving in from the south, YONKOUS moving in from the east, Zero Tolerance also coming in from that exact same position, but now also committing a little bit more on towards Ruins instead of getting closer towards Everest.
I think it's just that center position. I mean, I was going to ask, you know, where would we want to look at for these rotations trying to set themselves up? And right now, with no information about where that next zone shift is going to pull, you just want to get a nice central position. And a position like Everest does allow for some fantastic containment and some fantastic opportunities to get a couple of eliminations who are just trying to fly on by, like Angelo, unfortunately, from Masters Esports, who will be falling down to the hands of MG from Blackjack, which is fantastic for them. And again, that contention, those Skittle Packs right in the center of the zone, this is what we expect to happen. The team's getting themselves set up first and just buying their time and waiting for a couple of pot shots to be thrown out. I do think that G3 Temper might be pulling up onto a potential third party, as they will be one of the last teams to get into zone. They don't have to worry about their back line anymore, thankfully. So they might have an opportunity to really pick up a couple of points, depending on where in the Skittles pack they want to get involved. But I do like, I mean, northern side, still pretty empty. Slime4KT and Team Unique, really, with 1 million. you know, it's really clustered towards that central position, and you can see the strategy coming through behind that.
Yeah, you can definitely see a lot of these strategies being brought on through. And I mean, we see teams now rotating up to the edge of zone. We see teams pushing into center zone, teams moving up into high ground, teams moving into compounds. We also have a few teams even moving all the way in towards the crates. So quite a few dynamic approaches definitely making its way in between these players. And of course, Virtual Gaming holding on to the high ground, and they are just hoping and begging that the zone centers up towards them once again, because they can then really leverage this potential position to its fullest. But looking at the sheer number of teams still surrounding them, that is of course everyone else, they have to be quite vigilant, because it's not going to be easy, particularly if the zone moves away from them. They will now have to rotate down, and they've made their position known at that point. So yeah, a few really important decisions are going to be made here. Let's just go that way.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I fail at English today, and now we do see the players there from Intruder coming under fire. But here we go. I mean, this is where the next level of insanity will come in, and it moves down south. Myth, they find themselves in a very fantastic position now, because they're coming in from the south. No one really there to contest them, but now they have the opportunity to get themselves set up before the rest of the herd comes rushing up into zone.
And for Virtual Gaming, like you said, it's that high risk, high reward play. It's still paying off for the time being. They still have an opportunity to stay on Everest and just move on further in. And now they've got all these teams downside from them that they can really pick up. But again, it's that opportune moment for any team to rush on in and take the opposition. We've seen many times before, you get a great position, but then you are going to get rushed by every other team that wants that fantastic position that you've just so wonderfully highlighted for them. Now, Slime4KT, one of the last teams to rotate on through from the north, and as we can see, you know, Triple Esports, Super Young Stars, Triple Esports in particular, have been rotating since pretty much the beginning of Erangel, trying to get away from all the teams that are basically hunting them by the looks of it. So for them to find themselves in center zone is a very, very good opportunity. YONKOUS in next level now. Ooh, they're butting heads a little bit.
A lot of headbutting about to come on through, because YONKOUS, the next level, are about to receive a few visitors coming in behind them. So they have to try and kind of wrap up this fight as quickly as they can. As we can see, Havlik now getting traded off as Gaddafi comes in with some beautiful, beautiful nades. But let's see, will this now be the push, the play for the side here of next level? Already sitting with a few points on board. Won't mind a few more to come their way. But will they be able to get it done, though? Oh, I mean, YONKOUS also just playing this a little bit cautious, trying to keep their distance well out of reach of any of those utilities that could potentially be sent over. And now just utilizing the ridgeline, bring in a quick snatch and escape play there as they rush over on towards a more northern rotation. But center zone, the players there from Triple Esports who can set themselves up. And of course, 1 million and zero tolerance, not in zone just yet.
And it's going to be a fun one for them to take it, because they'll be pulling up right behind next level if they want to do so, or potentially in the sights of Virtual Gaming, as we know. Now, taking a look at it, Black Lost, of course, out for the count, and it looks like a disengagement coming through from 1 million. They're rather prioritizing the rotation on towards Everest, which is an opportunity for them, as Virtual Gaming has actually given up Everest completely. They were worried that if that final zone comes through and they have to make that awkward rotation down the hill, it's not going to be a fun one for them. So, great opportunities. And speaking of great opportunities, G3 Temper and SWAT 69. SWAT 69 with only one member, thanks to Nacho, and that might be the confirmation with the mollies, with the nades coming through. Yeah, that's it. Unfortunately, SWAT 69 once again, the first team to be taken out.
Yeah, he just said to them, "This is not your chicken," and then, you know, sent it out. And that was all she said. And of course, the zone is going to be continuing a little bit on towards that southern side, as it is still a good position now for Lusail, Triple Esports, as well as Myth. And the fighting will continue up north, as we see the players there from Zero Tolerance having to quickly try and find an alternative rotational path as Vortex. Oh, also now succumbs to the zone, and that's not what we'd like to see, but you can't have them all. The team's still going to be continuing to make their plays for the zone. Slime4KT all the way over on towards that far western side. G3, BGE, Blackjack could be getting into a little bit of an exchange around that drop. And oh, yeah, up comes Slime 4KT, quickly finding a few more hits into the side there of Petrox. But it's not going to be the end just yet. Virtual Gaming still got 3 players up, positioned a little bit further away, closer towards that hospital end. But ideally, we'd like to see that rotation now come through, as Unique also now starts to make their way up in towards the zone. There we go. There's the rest of the players from the side there of Virtual. And Phantom could find such a beautiful hit, but fortunately, the blue zone being a little bit of a saving grace here for the side of Virtual Gaming, as a Unique decide to rather prioritize those rotations up into its zone. And this is now given Plaza the opportunity to sneak up right behind Chills.
Oh, and Chills was unfortunately not ready for it. Is going to get taken out thanks to a little bit of helping hands there coming through from the rest of the team of Slime 4KT. So at least one elimination going their way. They now have to unfortunately do a little bit of a recovery situation on towards Plaza, as the rest of Unique and Virtual Gaming take their rotations and unfortunately leave their members behind. You can see still many teams trying to find a beautiful angle into this one, and I mentioned earlier, G3 Temper have an opportunity to really get involved in some third parties, and you can see that they've been picking up eliminations. 7 on the block, on the clock at the moment, and Intruder, unfortunately, back in the lobby. 13 teams still left, so still an opportunity for one team to unfortunately go home with 0 placement points, and that might be 4KT or Unique, depending on how this goes.
It could swing either which way, but 4KT trying to ensure that it is not them. Also, the players here from Unique also trying to ensure that it's not them. So the team's definitely now going to try and bring in a few interesting plays. But 4KT looking to full send it right on into Unique, as we can see Phantom getting traded off. Oh, the hits coming in from the side of Winky. Quickly trying to find that angle. Pronto now cooking up the nade, but gets spotted out there by the side of Winky, and it is down to Winky and Skirb to try and close it out. The nades being cooked up. Storm getting ready to get the heck out of Dodge. But will it be a good call? Up comes Aimer and Storm now as 4KT look to turn the tables. Oh, but down they go. And it is going to be the side of Team Unique getting sent back. Slime 4KT picking up some much needed points. They are now already sitting on 5 eliminations. Team Myth also getting dealt with all the way down on towards that southern side. And Virtual Gaming now finding themselves being in the hot seat, as they've got the contention coming in through from the side here of Triple Esports, as well as YONKOUS up in the north.
Oh, just an unfortunate sandwich here for Triple Esports and Virtual Gaming, not finding themselves in the position they would like to be. But as we take a look at it, now that zone closing on up, and the many of the teams still finding themselves on that edge, now pulling up towards the northern side, favoring Slime 4KT, Virtual Gaming and Triple Esports, ironically, as well as Lusail, who find themselves very, very close. But those contentions now need to come to an end. The teams need to find themselves some sort of a position to set up. YONKOUS, great cover, but it's not in zone. They need to make a rotation, and a rotation into a field of hay bales. That's what you have to work with.
Yeah, they might go fielding for a few eliminations along the way as well. We never know, but it is going to be a very challenging zone, as you said there. A field with hay bales and nothing else definitely does not leave you with a lot of options, but we could potentially see the teams now still trying to contend for the last few remaining compounds, either on the edge of zone, as we can see Lusail a little bit further on towards that southern side. We now start to just hunker down and looking to focus their efforts towards the players moving in. But up north, there's not a lot of options. You can see all those hay bales to spread throughout. It is going to be a serious case of hide and seek, and we're not quite sure who's going to be successful.
Yeah, Slime 4KT going to be the first to just nestle in between the grasses here and try and snake their way into a position here. But Lusail has to move in. Next level has to move in. Blackjack needs to move in. G3 Temper is just on the southern edge. And of course, Master still trying to finish their little bit of a contention here with Triple Esports, who also need to find a little bit of a better spot here. For the time being, Triple, of course, have a house within the zone. But they are being pressured for it. As we can see, the shots just flying on in. Everyone would love to have this last little bit of hard cover to work with here. And that's unfortunately going to be with Triple Esports getting taken out.
Yeah, and of course, it's not going to stop anytime soon, because everyone is now within shooting range of each other. You can see the Super Young Stars getting traded off all the way down onto the southern side. But here we go, Masters still looking to find that opening, looking to get a foothold in towards the compound. Up north, 1 million coming under pressure as the YONKOUS now continuing their efforts up there. But let's see what will come here from the side of Triple Esports. Are they going to be able to fall back, or are they going to try and make a stand? Masters not going to be letting them get out of this one all too easy. But is it going to be on the books? Up comes those utilities. 1 mil getting sent right on back as they have to make their way on through. No other option. However, on the side here between Masters and Triple Esports, the pressure still stays high as the grenades are starting to fly on in. Oh, but Master gets picked on up as Masters Esports. Bamboo comes in with a nicely placed grenade. It's up to Framar, who's quickly repositioned outside. Fortunately, those smokes have been popped, so they have the veil of cover there to utilize, at least for the time being. But Bamboo is going to be relentless in the effort, trying to close it up as the zone has shifted in. But look at that. Ban. Ooh, having a bit of a backfire on that nade. I thought it came like from Triple or something, but it was a self-inflicted nade that.
Yeah, a little bit too overcooked on that one, unfortunately. But we'll give them for the benefit of the doubt. Masters Esports have been absolutely phenomenal with the utilities. But what's also phenomenal is the zone shift now for Blackjack Esports or Lelouch, who find themselves snaked in the center alongside, unfortunately, Slime 4KT, who are also looking for a position here, fighting now alongside YONKOUS, who have just rolled up on and said, hey, we like your position, we like your hay bale, can we take it? Pronto says no for the time being, but Havlik getting closer and closer to find an angle here on the remainders of Slime 4KT, which is of course Aimer currently, who is applying a little bit of that pressure, but the angles, they are so difficult. Storm just trying to just jump on in, maybe get a couple of flanking shots there towards the rest of YONKOUS, who are currently looking very good into this one.
Yeah, I gotta say though, I mean, Slime 4KT really being put to the test. YONKOUS also now just rolling on forward, coming in with a little bit of a hey, what's cooking? And, well, the nades, that is what's cooking. Unfortunately, Havlik not sending it anywhere where it can do enough damage. With that, the Masters will be sent on back. We're down to our final 6. Lusail still looking good as they're rolling up with a full squad, moving in just off of the sides. We can see them positioned on towards that western edge of the zone. G3 all the way down south. The numbers still there, but are they going to be able to pull it all together? Slime 4KT down to 2, trying to make a bit of a stand, trying to find those hits up into the side of YONKOUS. Unfortunately, for Slime 4KT, that is still within the realm of possibilities. As you can see, a beautiful knock making its way on in, and now Lewis is being put in a bit of an uncomfortable spot as Blackjack also now get traded off. It's 5 teams left on the board. But Masters still up in this fight. Not getting sent back just yet. 4KT also now frantically looking to position. Blue zone is going to be forcing the hand here for Lewis. Will he stay out in the blue, or is he going to try and make a dash for zone?
And G3 Temper pulling on right through from the southern edge of the zone. Lusail just trying to hold the line and apply a little bit of pressure. As you can see, Watson just throwing a couple of shots there through the smoke, but they also have to recover their teammate, of course, Salam, as they have the most numbers here, and they'd like to keep them for the time being. Now, 4KT snaking through the grass, trying to find a little bit of information here towards Lusail. Flacco, unfortunately, not in a great position here, and at the moment, deadlocked to that car and does not want to stand up anytime soon. We've got 4 teams left in this one. Triple Esports with the solo, which is, of course, Master still holding the line, and that zone shift favoring Lusail now. As they find themselves in zone, they find themselves with an opportune moment here to not only take out the rest of the teams, but potentially do a little bit more.
Yeah, they could have that chicken on the books, but all it's going to take is the focus and dealing with all these threats coming in from all directions. Of course, Slime 4KT now having to try and advance this themselves up to the zone, but we've got Salam and Watson just holding up that aggressive front line. Salam taking several hits now. G3 Buden getting traded off as he too now tries to find a position. Flacco still out in the field, not having a clear rotational path in it just yet, but Lusail, it is looking to be a little bit of a costly play here for them, as we can see those knocks coming in. Flacco just checking the wheel pressure, making sure that everything is fine before leaving the vehicle behind and running forward up in towards the zone. But this is where Flacco would now need a major coming in, pulling the focus of Lusail on towards, for instance, Slime, or even the side there of Triple, as we have Master still holding on towards that eastern side. But Storm now just inching his way further and further forward.
Oh,
Watson up
spotted.
ahead. Oh, a little bit of a sacrificial lamb coming through there. Storm low on the health bar. Aimer still up and at it. Down goes G3. But look at this now. Slime 4KT inching themselves closer and closer to Lusail. Master also now going to be advancing forward, looking to ride it out. Quick reposition coming in there from the side of Storm, and Aimer holding up right alongside them. We have not seen those nades come through again, but will it be the play here? It could be an absolutely fantastic decision to make, as we can see. Watson now getting confirmed up with that Lusail, now down to 3, as we've got Chico trying to get that res up in towards Salam. Boyka trying to hold that off angle. Just trying to stand a bit of a fighting chance should we see any more utilities getting sent over from the side of Slime 4KT. But up comes Chico, cooks one up, sends it over. Is it going to reach? Oh, scary close to Storm, and it connects. Now it is up to Aimer. Up comes the rush from Boyka. He's getting ready to move. Storm, Aimer taking a little bit of damage. Spray comes through from Salam, but down they go. It is the end of the road for Slime 4KT, but of course, Master lying in the grass. Going to be trying to close it up, but look at this. Lusail already sitting on 10 eliminations. Make that 11 as they close it up, picking up yet another winner chicken dinner. Lusail definitely onto something there, picking up another last chicken available for the day.
Woo! Let's go. Lusail showing a little bit of that consistency that we saw in League Week. They were one of the teams that are also finding themselves on the top of the rankings time after time again. And that came through from those absolutely perfection in terms of placements that we saw. But now they're picking up winner chicken dinners. They're not just getting placements. They're getting the whole cake.
Yeah, I mean, they kicked off the league play for us there, the last day coming in with some beautiful stuff. Rather, sorry, the first day picking up that first winner chicken dinner. So, yeah, no, it is looking absolutely fantastic. Already 2 chickens on board for Lusail just in today's game. So, we gotta love it, right? It is looking absolutely fantastic, and this just speaks volumes as to what these teams are bringing to the battlefield. They're constantly looking to change it up, constantly looking to keep everyone else on their toes, and I gotta say, it is paying off beautifully. I mean, Lusail just moving in with those numbers into the last zone, and we've seen this time and time again. The team who's able to have the most numbers secured moving in stand a pretty good chance of locking in that chicken. It's not always guaranteed, but it's a really good chance.
Yeah, no, and it's a really good chance to lock in that super weekend as well. So an opportunity like this for Lusail, they couldn't have welcomed it more. But I think also for Slime 4KT picking up a couple of consistent placement points. They found themselves on one of those previous Erangels, coming in second, once again coming in third. Not too bad. Triple Esports as well, just snaking in there to get that second place. So an opportunity that really a lot of teams couldn't have asked for better. I think just that consistency coming through from the teams, even if it's not massive points, even if it's not like, I don't know, 30 points a game, as long as you're staying consistent, you're still climbing that leaderboard. And those consistencies might land you in Super Weekend.
Well, speaking about consistencies, let's hop over into the highlights just to take a quick look at some of those beautiful plays coming in from the last Erangel. Absolutely beautiful stuff once again. But I gotta say, I want to commend the teams, right? Because we're seeing such an improved approach coming into the second weekend. If the league play is looking like this, I don't even want to think of what that super weekend is going to look like when we make our way up in towards that. And even what tomorrow is going to be looking like, because the teams just kept on pushing it. Just to show you how much they've been pushing it, let's take a look at our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to rake in after this last match.
An absolutely explosive performance coming through for both G3 Temper and Lusail as they pick up double-digit eliminations alongside YONKOUS. So you can imagine that's why the points are looking the way they are. Lusail with 26, G3 Temper with 21, 4KT with 16 alongside YONKOUS, and it just keeps filtering down. So quite a few double digits on this first page.
Yeah, but I was a little bit worried seeing that too over in that 8th place. And as we move over on towards that 2nd page, oh, all the points being kind of
top heavy, yeah.
Yeah, being farmed up to the teams finishing strong in this last match. And I gotta say, like, I'm loving this. This is absolutely fantastic stuff to see. We see teams constantly looking to advance their way forward, still looking to bring in those points. It is still looking rather tough for the players, particularly just in this match, right? For Virtual Gaming, Intruder, SWAT 69, and of course Team Unique on the lower end of that. But as we now move over on towards our overall rankings, we can see G3 sitting way up in pole position, just advancing 1 point ahead of the players there from Cryptics. Of course, Lusail not far behind them, sitting up in 3rd place on 50 points, but zero tolerance. Also sitting on 50 points. Slime 4KT on 49. Right there. Thank you very much.
And it just keeps getting closer and closer as we go down that overall ranking. So we finished off with 37 on the first top 8 page. So again, I mean, 1 point difference here, 2 point difference here. And then as we go to the second, we're sitting on 36. It's so close. And again, it comes down to that one good game, one fantastic game. Could mean that you're on the first page, could mean that you're on the second page. Either way, it could mean that you're coming through to the super weekend. So a great first day of the league week in the 2nd week. And I think for an opportunity for the teams like Blackjack, Super Young Stars, Next Level, SWAT 69, they can come back tomorrow and really just try and get some more points, get themselves up above that threshold.
Yeah, and that's where it's going to be at, right? So tomorrow is going to be that pressure day. The teams are having their final opportunities, their final 4 matches to lock in those points to ensure themselves a slot moving into that Super Weekend. And we saw already Super Weekend teams popping off, picking up chickens all over the place. And Super Weekend chickens are worth an extra bit, right? So you want those chickens, right? As you said, they've got some nice sprinklings on top of them there as well. So you got to get in there. The points matter. You've got some fancy smanchy chickens. All this stuff makes it so nice to have. But of course, we also got to give a big shout out then to Oppo with upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. Now is today absolutely fire action all over the place. Things have absolutely fantastic, and I'm super excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing to the battlefield tomorrow. But of course, for the viewers back home, tell us what you think tomorrow is going to be moving into the action, and of course, let us know what your favorite plays were right here from today. Of course, you can hit us up on Facebook and Instagram. Just search for PUBG Mobile Esports Africa, and well, share your thoughts with us. And of course, on that, we also then want to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now we've come to the end of the action here for today, but tomorrow I'm expecting it to be absolutely insane. You agree, I'm sure, right?
Oh, yes. I mean, the way that everyone has changed up their dynamic, the way that everyone's changed up their tactics coming in today. Again, you know, I think I mentioned on the Super Weekend, I threw my stat book out the window. I don't know where it is now. It's somewhere in the garden. But I don't want it back because, again, whatever it would tell me would be a lie. These teams are constantly changing it up. They're constantly pushing that envelope, and they're constantly taking the drive all the way to the top, not only, you know, in their respective matches, but overall on their continent. This is PMPL Africa 2022, and this is the performance that we expect and the level of competition we expect of these teams.
Yeah, some really satisfying performances. And you know, as I said on social media with the post that came out there, is that I'm so impressed with how the teams performed in that first week that being through the league play as well as the Super Weekend, that it makes me exceptionally excited for the future of esports in Africa. So, I mean, absolutely loving what the teams are doing, and they just need to continue to push and push and push. And, it'll take the continent to some really great places, and the teams could even see themselves advancing into much later stages of the competitive scene for PUBG Mobile. But on that, of course, we are going to be ending it right here for tonight at least. And be sure to join us tomorrow for even more action as we head over into our final day for the second week of league play. Final 4 matches for these teams, and this is where they're going to be this is where they'll have to prove themselves to see who will be making it through into our second Super Weekend. So be sure to join in tomorrow. But until then, have a fantastic time. Much love going out to everyone. See you all back again tomorrow.